dragon is so cute. Look at the little guy. And he's not as loud as some of the other ones. Okay. Trying to decide. I might hold off on Chang'e. I might get through some of these first. I'm hoping to do these all in the next 2 days. And as you can see, no more Zhao. My Ningguang team was just doing better. So I said, let's get the Zhou on the road.
Hey, look over there!
There's a small child talking to nobody.
She's all by herself, right? Because she's acting as if she's talking and laughing with somebody else. Paimon's creeped out.
I didn't have imaginary friends. I had, like, stuffed animals that I talked to, you know? I never, like... Yeah, I just didn't do the imaginary friend thing. It was all... I just made my stuffed animals into people, which is, like, I guess a form of an imaginary friend. I don't know.
What? You mean you used to act like that too? So is this an invisible friend who hangs out with you sometimes? Or do they just exist in your imagination? Imaginary. Imagination.
Paimon's real confused, but...
Oh, you must mean imagined friend, right? Why didn't you just say so? So, this imaginary friend of yours, when does Paimon get to meet them?
Oh wow, Paimon doesn't really get that they're not real.
Seriously? So, imaginary friends just disappear when you grow up? Oh, Paimon was looking forward to meeting yours. Hey, don't suppose your brother has an imaginary friend too?
No, well, if he does, they probably don't like him anymore. He's kind of making bad choices in life.
No way! You guys are so lucky! Because they have this game in Liyue. Have you heard of it? It's a 4-player game, but it seems you guys could play it with just the 2 of you.
Oh, Traveler! Fancy meeting you here.
Hi, Vendy.
Tone deaf bard. What are you doing here?
Don't listen to Paimon. I'm happy to see you.
I'm here because Lisa has been making some exciting new contraptions.
Why does the thought of Lisa's contraptions make Paimon so nervous?
Come now, that's no way to speak about the elegant Miss Lisa. For this particular contraption, Lisa had to import some dangerous materials from Sumeru.
Dangerous?
I know, right? Apparently, though, it's called an Urnama detector. Sadly, Lisa isn't able to use it herself, so I'm borrowing it for a while. And also, I'm testing it out for her, to see if it actually works.
Rocks are just floating everywhere.
Huh? Why can't Lisa use it?
Perhaps it's because she lacks a certain childlike sense of wonder. Or maybe there's some other reason for it. If you want to know for sure, just ask her yourself sometime.
So, you can see them? Go on, tell us. What does his imaginary friend look like?
That would be telling. Anyway, it's all yours now, Traveler. Take a look. See if you can see Nora's imaginary friend.
Do you see him? Do you see him?
So it does work for you two.
Paimon wants to see? Wait, but this gizmo isn't in Paimon's size.
I mean, it's a monocle. You just hold it up to your face and you'll be fine.
Alright then, you'll just have to be Paimon's eyes on the ground. Let's go see what everyone's imaginary imaginary friends look like.
Okay.
Flora from the flower shop always seems kinda floaty-headed. You know, Paimon bets she has an imaginary friend.
Oh my gosh, he's so cute floating with us. Yet Hoyoverse was cowardly and didn't give us the cat from Sea of Bygone Eras. We had to leave him.
There it is! Behold, a floaty imaginary friend for floaty-headed Flora! A bloaty floaty!
Wait, imaginary friends can be plants now?
Hi, Traveler. Hi, Bard. Sure, how can I help? Oh, you mean Mr. Floaty? Most people can't see him. Mr. Floaty is my bestest friend. We grew up together.
No fair. Paimon hates feeling left out.
Flora, why exactly are you friends with a bloaty floaty?
What's wrong with it? I always wanted to be friends with a plant who could fly.
Friends with a flying plant? Why?
Because then when it's windy, you and your friend can fly off into the sky together. You gotta admit that's pretty cool.
I mean, yeah.
Isn't that called being blown away?
That's what some people like to call it. I only found out this plant existed from an explorer who told me stories of his adventures. I think his name was Stanley. Stanley's an adventurer, and you can tell he's an expert at it from the stories he tells. The Amazing Adventures of Stanley are super famous in Mondstadt. He's in the city at the moment. You should go ask him to tell you some of his stories.
That sounds like a fun idea for next time. But right now we have other things to attend to.
Flora's a pretty mysterious kid.
Which child shall we interrogate next?
Oh my gosh, it's so cute when he does that.
Oh, how about that little guy on the bridge?
Oh boy.
No way!
Well, that is unexpected.
Timmy's imaginary friend is a ruin guard? Paimon's freaking out right now. That thing is sure to attack us.
It's not real. Paimon, it's not.
What say we postpone our conversation with Timmy for the time being?
Huh? Paimon has a favorite line? Seriously? Oh, alright then. How about we explore the area ahead of us later? Children are more open-minded. Is that why they can think up all kinds of imaginary friends?
Fitting, isn't it?
I'm gonna switch to someone else so that in the background of my scenes I'm not having to see those floating rocks.
What about adults' imaginations? Let's ask some adults at the tavern.
Don't hit the missing persons poster.
The thing about wine is, you have to drink it at the tavern or you miss out on half the fun.
I mean, drinking at not your home is more fun, but I just hate going out.
Seems to me you'd find some way of keeping yourself amused even if you drank alone.
If I didn't know any better, I would say you're being deliberately uncivil.
Just Drink responsibly on my premises, okay?
Oh, and if I did have one too many, what then? You'd throw me out along with the trash, is that it?
Throw you out?
You know, the same way you threw out Father's legacy. You sold off his mansion. Or maybe you've forgotten.
There's some good fan fiction about this.
I see no reason to cling to things that have outlived their purpose.
Is that so? Then I trust you were most swift indeed to part with a certain vase?
Sorry. I have no recollection.
That's odd. Master Diluc, I'm sure I saw such a vase in your home. A beautiful one, unmistakable in fact.
Seems our suspicions were right. Grown-ups don't appear to have imaginary friends.
Like I said, a lack of childlike wonder.
So people just stop dreaming when they grow up? Okay, well, Paimon for one never wants to grow up.
Yeah, but like, you don't have an imaginary friend, so I mean, I guess it doesn't matter.
This raises an interesting question. At what age exactly do people's imaginary friends disappear? Let's go and check. How about Ellen? Someone of her age surely must have some imagination left, don't you think?
Uh-oh. Somehow, Paimon finds the idea of not being able to see Ellen's imaginary friend kinda scary.
Yeah, I'll get to that vision hunt degree later. It's on my list of things to do. That is weird.
What is Jean doing here? Is Master Jean Ellen's imaginary friend? Yeah, she's so conscientious. It's terrifying.
Oh, hello. What are you guys doing?
Are you always training here?
We actually haven't run into her. Well, I'm sure her daily commission has popped up at some point, but I only just started actively doing
You
them.
bet. Today, I heard Stanley talking about his adventures. It was incredible. It got me really pumped up. I hope I can be as outstanding as him one day.
So that you can fight shoulder to shoulder with Master Jean?
I mean, obviously I want to become a knight. And if I got to go on an adventure with Jean herself, well, even better.
Seems Ellen really looks up to Jean.
Huh, thanks. I was thinking, it's not every day I get to hang out with the honorary knight. Would you join me for some sword training? How can I smash all these training dummies at once?
Who would be my best character for this?
I will protect you. So that's how to do it.
Okay,
I'm impressed.
so it didn't have to actually be at once.
Don't disappoint.
Oh, thank you. It's clear I still have a long way to go in my training.
Not really, I mean, all I did was spin around.
So modest. I, for one, think you're quite the pro at this already.
Well, I'm exhausted from training, so clearly my fitness needs some work. One day, though, I'll smash all the training dummies in Mondstadt.
Ellen, she's our girl. If she can't do it, Hilly Churl.
Thanks. Shoot, I got so caught up here I forgot there's something I was supposed to do today. Ugh, but I'm so sore from training. I can hardly move. Honorary Knight, could you deliver a message to Jack for me? He's gone adventuring at the Temple of the Lion with Stanley today. Stanley's a truly legendary adventurer, renowned in all of Mondstadt. He once set foot in the Mare Javari.
There's people who think that's gonna be like maybe like the Dragonspine Chasm, Chenyu Vale-esque region for Nala. I don't know. We'll see.
We were gonna meet up tonight and discuss adventure plans. Could you let him know it'll have to be another day? Great! Thank you so much.
I don't know. I think if it does come out, it might be in the next cycle of updates because I think they might put out Dornmanport before Snezhnaya comes out.
Galeblade! Oh, it seems I can't do it.
I know people have been saying it for years, and the only reason I think is it's kind of going to be our connection into Snezhnaya, because I'm viewing Snezhnaya as being up here. I think we'll get to it through Mondstadt. And so I could see this area being Dornmanport and then Snezhnaya. That's what makes sense to me. Oh, I forgot I needed to be doing those Dragonspine things. Let's find as well have Venti with us.
The Temple of the Lion? We explored this place once before, didn't we? During the Storm Terror incident.
Yeah, we were with Lisa.
Seems like it's now a hot spot for adventurers. That can only mean one thing. We didn't bag all the loot last time!
I mean, I was really diligent about
Looks
it.
like we can't go any further.
Not to worry. Allow me. Those who wander in the dust, the wind shall send soaring sky high.
God, I love Venti. It's just so fun.
Not now. Oz, reveal.
Brace yourself.
Here we go.
My guiding stars. Wings of darkness. Come, sever night from day.
Your life is mine. Give up.
Not now. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Think you can get away?
Hey, are those guys? My tiny stars. Cold. Mine to the mill. Nice and spicy. Hey, yeah!
Time for takeoff.
The night is cold. Not now.
Yahoo!
Oz reveal, Bakuba! Get them!
I was so sure I was about to die.
To be fair, that could have gone either way. So, you must be Jack the Adventurer, I assume?
Yes. Who are you?
Actually, we came looking for you.
Ellen has a message for you. She said she won't be able to join you today to plan out your next adventure together. She'll join you some other time.
Oh, I see. I feel bad you had to come all this way to find me, and then had to rescue me.
Huh? I don't see what all the fuss is about. It was nothing that I, Stanley, couldn't have dealt with by myself.
I don't remember his voice being like that.
You are Stanley? You are that legendary adventurer? Renowned in all of Mondstadt? Who once set foot in the Mare Javari?
The very same.
I must say, it's an honor to meet one as legendary as yourself. Well then, how would everyone like to proceed? Head back or head further inside?
Well, I think you're now in the safe hands of Stanley, the great explorer and legend of Mondstadt. In which case, why head back now?
Okay, motion passed by unanimous consent. Let's head further in.
So, I'm guessing you mostly came here because you want to hear my adventure stories. Am I right?
No, we really were just looking for Jack.
What? Do you know who I am? I am Stanley, renowned adventurer of Mondstadt.
Yeah, I think we got that.
Well, your attitude says you don't got that. I am Stanley, the living legend. Stanley who braved the Mare Javari.
Enough already. Ugh. Stop name-dropping yourself every time you open your mouth.
It's true, though. Stanley is the most amazing guy.
Well, Jack will listen, won't you? Now, where was I?
You and your partner reached the Mare Javari, famously terrifying place with not a wisp of wind.
Precisely! There was a deathly silence in the air. A sea of ashes stretched out before us, as far as the eye could see. The Mare Javari. Suddenly, my partner was caught in a whirlpool whipped up by an evil beast. Luckily, I managed to grab hold of him just in time.
Wow. So, did he make it?
Sadly, in the end, I alone was able to set foot on home ground once more, with the gentle breeze carried away the tears welling up in my eyes.
Poor guy. How could that happen?
Jack, you can't cry so easily if you want to be a great adventurer.
I know. Because an adventurer's proudest achievement is to die in the course of their final adventure. But Whatever happens, no adventurer should ever die in a place where the wind doesn't blow. The wind has to bring your spirit back to Mondstadt.
That's right. To die in a place where the wind blows, and to have your spirit carried back to Mondstadt on the wind. Yes.
Yeah. Although, the most I can aspire to right now is beginner's commissions. Like clearing out the slimes clogging up the sewers.
You shouldn't die in a place with no wind.
I mean, hey, at least you're fighting things.
Traveler,
Like, I've
I
done
believe
some
I made a small
commissions that
discovery.
are not even to that
Could I
level.
ask you to use the Nernama detector once more?
What? Stanley has an imaginary friend?
It seems his imaginary friend is a seasoned warrior, covered in scars from head to foot, and a look of staunch determination on his face. You're saying his imaginary friend is an idealized version of his own self? Interesting idea, but is it true?
Please excuse me. I'll be leaving now.
Bye, Stanley.
Really bad at not making things awkward.
Do you two still have time to spare?
What is it?
A few days ago, Stanley got drunk and told me a secret. Something he's never told anyone before. The weapons he took on his adventure all those years ago. They were none other than those once wielded by Mondstadt's greatest hero, Vanessa herself. The Sword of Brilliant Valor and the Shield of Magnificent Honor. I don't know whether you believe me, but apparently, both the sword and shield are still right here in Mondstadt, over in Dadaupa Gorge. Since you guys are the experts at this, can you come with me to try and retrieve these two legendary weapons? I don't know. Outstanding individuals always come with their quirks, right? If I can just get a hold of something impressive enough to show my family what I'm capable of, maybe they'll finally come around to the idea of me being an adventurer. Right now, I'm just a rookie. My abilities are limited, and my parents don't support my goals one bit.
I mean, what are your career options in Mondstadt? Taverns. There's a lot of taverns. There's a lot of shops. I guess you become a shop owner. Work for the knights. I mean, if you have the skills to be an adventurer, you probably have the skills to be a knight. If you're fighting slimes, you're probably good enough to be a knight. I guess with the church, you're not like making money. You're probably just getting everything paid for as part of your churchly agreement. I don't know.
So, what do you say? Help a guy out? I can't bring myself to tell Stanley about it, because my reasons are so, selfish. But, I swear I'll give the weapons back to him as soon as I'm done.
Aw, poor Jack. Let's help him out. Venti, you coming too?
I don't know.
Please come with us.
One other thing. I have a bottle of rare vintage wine that I had someone fetch for me a couple years ago. Help me find these weapons, and it's all yours.
Dadaupa Gorge, was it? Let's hurry. There's no time to lose.
Sussy. I went to a zoo today, and my legs are like... There was just a lot of standing water. And I got bit by so many mosquitoes. It was not a highlight. The mosquitoes or the zoo.
thyself, nice and spicy.
Give up.
My guiding stars.
Can't remember where the shield is. It's just been so long.
The night is cold.
By royal decree.
Your life is mine.
Not now.
Boba, get them!
Hey, that bunch of Hilichurls. Are they holding some kind of ceremony? And what's with that pile of knickknacks? Are they worshipping them?
Seems so. That must be the Sword of Brilliant Valor, surely.
I mean, can't you tell us if it is? You would know. Although I guess technically Jack's with us, so.
Don't waste my time.
Cold. Mine's a command. The night is cold.
I'm the right
Submit. Give up.
Lo and behold, the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
Are you sure? Looks kinda basic to Paimon, and a little worse for wear, too. Why would Hilichurls be bowing down before a piece of junk like this?
Seems somebody tossed an old sword into a pile of spoils these Hilichurls were already celebrating.
This is in terrible shape, and it's so basic, I'm at a loss for words.
Say, Jack, have you ever seen an Anemo crystal fly? They're found in the open country around Mondstadt City. If you saw one in broad daylight, you wouldn't bat an eyelid. But in the pitch blackness of night, its brilliant glow is mesmerizing. It truly resembles an exquisite crystal dancing in the night air. Is valor not the same? When everything is going your way, it seems meaningless, fades into the background. But when you're in dire straits, valor is the thing that gets you fired up and fighting back. It's the brilliant ray of light that guides you out from the darkness.
You're right. You're right. Then this has to be it. This is the Sword of Brilliant Valor.
So, we got our sword. Now we just need that shield. Let's scout around. It's definitely in Dadaupa Gorge, so... Huh?
There's somebody there.
Stanley? What's he doing here?
He's acting so weird.
What happened? Why did you stop all of a sudden?
Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Just one of those Mora spouting weasel thieves passed by.
What? Where? I want to see.
Maybe another time. We have a shield to find, remember?
I can see a drop in the background.
Lo and behold, the Shield of Magnificent Honor.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. It's a chunk of wood. A chunk of scrap wood with the handle attached. Who in their right mind would use this as a shield?
There's also wine stains on it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was just taken from a wine barrel.
And yet, my bard's intuition tells me that this is none other than the Shield of Magnificent Honor. Warriors wear their battle scars with pride, and shields are no different. Surely an intact shield is one that has shied away from the battlefield. Is not the broken and splintered shield the one that has fought in countless wars and lived to tell the tale? Though the soldier's body be tired and torn, still they fight till the very end, till they have no blood left to bleed. Such magnificent strength of will. Is that not the true meaning of honor?
You do have a point. Shiny new shields don't stay new and shiny for long. Okay then. Well, maybe if we ask nicely, he'll just let us take the Shield of Magnificent Honor for free. Ahem. Excuse me, Mr. Hilly Churro? Well, okay. You take it from here. Hope you've picked up some Hilly Churlian by now. If not, there's always body language.
Mosimita.
Seems cheerful enough. Maybe negotiating will work after all. Uh-oh. He did not seem to appreciate that.
Well, if you insist, a tune I shall strum.
Mosimita.
Seems cheerful enough. Maybe negotiating will work after all.
Mexican plata. Manilla. Manitata.
Oh, yeah! He actually gave us the shield!
Guys, thank you so much. I can't believe I actually found them.
Your family's gonna laugh at
Mom,
you.
Dad, check out the legendary weapons I found.
Oh.
Hey, wait! The wine, you promised! And I actually helped a lot this time. What are you doing here, Stanley? Out for a stroll?
Hey, what are you doing here, Bard? Fancy that, huh? You, out for a stroll, too?
Oh, that's right. An after-dinner stroll, to be precise. We were also helping a friend look for something.
Paimon's starting to think Stanley might be a fraud. Did Stanley plant the sword and shield here in advance so as to not hurt Jack's feelings?
Adventurers must be pretty familiar with Dadaupa Gorge. You fought battles here before, after all.
You better believe it. I can navigate this whole area with my eyes closed.
Wow. Then I admire your perseverance. And your memory, too.
It's only to be expected of a great adventurer like me. You guys had better watch out, though.
Oh, I
This
killed
place is
most of
crawling
them.
with hilichurros. I'll get back to my, stroll now. Goodbye.
Guilty conscience much?
Well, he shouldn't have gotten so carried away bragging to Jack, should he? Although, on further reflection, I must say I'm intrigued. Someone who can't let go of the past and gives up on the present instead. I wonder, if such a person was forced to take their first step towards the future, which way would they go?
What are you talking about?
I'm just musing to myself. Anyway, I propose we take a trip to Angel's Share tonight.
All right. Ooh. Change the time. Well, you're in luck.
Tell me, Stan. Tell me, what should I do?
Huh? Why does he keep repeating his own name?
Surely not. Even I've never heard tell of a second Stanley.
Oh, Stanley. It should have been me. I should have been the one to die in the Melchivari that day. Why won't your spirit come and stop me from using your name? Why, Stanley? Why? If only you hadn't had to save a rookie like me, you would have never died in that windless corner of the world. You were a renowned adventurer, destined to become a legend one day. But now, that'll never happen, because your life was cut short. And all because of a worthless tag-along.
Does anyone get what's going on here?
I think our friend really did make it to the Mirjavari. And I think the tragedy he encountered there was real too. But the real adventurer, the real Stanley, that was his partner, not him. The real Stanley is the one who died to save our Stanley.
Wait, so the only reason our Stanley is called Stanley in the first place is because he stole the other Stanley's name?
I fear that may be the case.
Stanley, for so many years I've lived in fear. Fear that Mondstadt will forget all about you. So I tell you adventure stories at every opportunity. Mondstadt must remember. Stanley reached the center of the Madrivari. He's the greatest adventurer there ever was, and he lives on. Stanley will never die, because I am Stanley. I am Stanley. I'm sorry, Stanley. I'm getting too old. Now, are you guys planning on eavesdropping much longer?
Oh, God.
We're busted.
I mean, we weren't exactly, non-suspicious. Also, I love how for once Steelix working the counter.
Go away. Save your questions. And just leave me in peace.
But...
Leave now. Don't make me tell you again.
Honorary Knight, Venti, and Paimon. I'm so glad you guys are here. I've been looking for you everywhere. I wanted to thank you again for helping me find the sword and shield. My parents are finally supporting me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really. They even said they're gonna pay for someone to fix up the Sword of Brilliant Valor and Shield of Magnificent Honor for me, so I can take them out on the road.
That's wonderful! So, Jack, is this the part where you bid farewell to Mondstadt and set off on your intrepid trip traversing Teyvat?
No, not yet. I still don't have what it takes to go too far from home just yet. Besides, I'm sure Stanley still has a few stories left to tell. They're what inspired me to become an adventurer in the first place. Stanley, Oh, you're drunk again. We'll see you tomorrow then. After your hangover wears off. Maybe you can tell me some more of your stories?
Stanley's really fond of that kid, don't you think?
Jack. Jack.
Jack left.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you for not telling him about my secret.
Huh? All of a sudden you're facing the facts? That isn't like you.
Just now, I couldn't bear to look at him. His adventurous spirit is so pure, unblemished. Just a weary old feckless fraud. But that kid is a brand new shining star, full of potential. I cannot allow his dreams to be crushed.
You're not a total fraud. Stanley's adventure stories and experiences. They're all true, aren't they?
Stories? Experiences? What's the point of them anymore?
I mean, they're inspiring other people.
To be honest, my memories of adventuring and of Stanley, they're hazy these days. That's my biggest secret of all. And my biggest fear. All these years, I've been living to tell his story. But his personality and the details of his life, I don't remember them clearly anymore. But the one thing I can never forget is that he died in a windless land, where his spirit can never be recovered.
Exactly. Even in his memory, the real Stanley isn't the living, breathing friend he knew at all. Instead, he's become fixed on the image of him as that battle-scarred warrior. And that image has held him captive his entire life.
I'm too old. I never let go. But still, so much has slipped away. I'm completely and utterly worthless. No adventurer should have to go that way. No adventurer ever.
Hans Archibald.
My true name? How did you know? The wind.
D-Luke's probably in the background like, y'all messing up my bar again.
I always believed you existed.
Will you hand me your old friend's spirit?
I can't believe it.
Yeah, so if you could like keep your mouth shut about this.
Thank you all. And thank you, Lord Barbados. I'm sorry. It's gonna take me some time to calm back down. But I think
God, back in the day, cutscenes were so short. And now they're like so long. Yeah, go get some water.
Ah, wonderful! Stanley reconnected with his true self and Jack can finally go his own way. This calls for a celebration. And by celebration, I do, of course, mean libation.
And by libation, you mean you're not leaving this tavern till you're too drunk to walk, right?
No, the wine here's too expensive. Jack still owes me some wine, though. He promised me a rare vintage in exchange for helping him out, remember? I'll head off to fetch the wine. See you shortly. Let's meet at the usual place.
Huh? Where's that supposed to be? Why has Paimon never heard of it? Hey, Tone Deaf Bard! Oh, hey!
See, and I would have put the tree as the usual place. You know? But
you made it. Finally.
Just tell us where you meet next time, okay? We looked everywhere. So, did you at least manage to find your wine?
Yep. Well, sort of. Jack made it out to be a rare collector's edition vintage. When actually it's just a half bottle of regular cider. This takes me back. The first time I saw this view, I hadn't even taken on this form yet. It was about 2,600 years ago, before the world had come under the rule of the Seven. At that time, Old Mondstadt was ruled by a tyrant, who sealed off the city's perimeter with a ferocious hurricane. Even the birds couldn't get in or out.
Old Mondstadt? Oh, Paimon remembers! Nowadays it's known as Storm Terror's lair, right? You mentioned it before.
That's right. The Tyrant of the Winds who once ruled from that tower was Decarabian, god of storms. Back then, I was but a wisp among the thousand winds. I wasn't a god of anything. I didn't even have a human form. I was just a tiny elemental being who lived in the wind, a gentle breeze bringing subtle changes for the better, or tiny seeds of hope.
A tiny elemental being? Without a human form? Venti, do you mean you used to look different than you do now?
Yep. My current form is not so different from the situation with fake Stanley. I took the form of a friend. In old Mondstadt transpired the story to be told. Where a tyrant ruled, I met a boy not that old. The lyre he played, and for a song he sought. But storm walls blocked blue sky, he was sincerely distraught. I do so wish to see the birds in flight, said he, his strong eyes filling with light. But his voice was lost in the howling wind's churn, for the whirlwind takes and gives not in return. The true sky and songs that cageless soar, were they not wishes worth fighting for? So the boy turned, extending his hand. Let us cast down the tyrant and his walls from this land. The young boy raised then the flag of revolt, and I threw myself into freedom's tumult. Victorious were we who fought to be free. Gods fell, winds whipped, nations shook violently. In the smoke, a despot met his doom. And we watched as his great tower fell none too soon. Mondstadt began anew, the story passed down, and since then never has another worn its crown.
Woo!
So then what? What happened to your friend?
Say, Paimon, do you wish to hear the next part of the story?
Yes, of course! The suspense is killing, Paimon! Now's the time you suddenly get a craving for apples? Really?
Getting a little peckish or something.
Paimon's had it up to here with you!
Look, Paimon, we don't want to make Venti depressed.
You know, you're so smart it almost makes me uncomfortable sometimes.
I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I was eating cake and now it's really dry. Alright. The water bottle has been secured.
But then, maybe it's right that true friends can tell what the other is thinking.
Yes, that's right. We're besties.
A refreshing drink, a gentle breeze. Moments like this always take me back. Back to a song that I first heard from him. Fly, fly away. Like a bird in the sky. See the world on my behalf. To the heavens may you fly.
That's Venti's quest. I liked his story. Story quest. It's fun. Well, I don't know if fun necessarily, but it tells you about him even at times when it's subtle. Who's next? Mona.
Finally.
I don't remember
I
being
almost
super
fell
into
asleep
Mona's
waiting.
quest.
As usual, my predictions are correct. You, yes you, come with me.
Are you some sort of door-to-door fortune teller? Sorry, but we're not really interested.
You're not from this world, are you?
How do you know about that?
How? Because I'm a master of true astrology. If you've no other questions, let's be off. Fine. I'll exercise a little patience and explain.
Shouldn't you have predicted that we'd ask questions?
I am astrologist Mona Magistus, but considering that it is most rude to misremember names, I allow others to call me Mona. I am on a mission from my master to retrieve a certain box from Mondstadt. It was part of an agreement she made with a friend 50 years ago. But she isn't as spry as she used to be, so now it's up to me.
Not sure what getting some box back has to do with us. Why do you need us to come along?
Well, that's because I would also like to take on the Guardian of the Box. My master and her friend contended in the mystic arts all their lives without a clear victor. If I triumph here, then I will show myself to be superior to my master. Well, I want to prove the power and status of astrology, to be precise. Now, from my predictions, I know that my master's friend has left Mondstadt, leaving her successor as the current guardian of that box. Like me, that successor must also be one who has surpassed their teacher. I must not be careless, but I would prefer to assure my victory in this contest, and upon giving it some thought, you came to mind.
How did she get involved in this anyway?
The knowledge passed down to me from my master must be passed on in turn. If I were to bring my disciple to meet her, then the lead is already mine, no? And you are Mondstadt's great hero, my equal in status, so... Come on, you don't actually have to become my disciple. You just need to act the part. There's something in it for you as well, should you come with me to get that box. Once I meet that successor and have a chance to exchange knowledge with them, I should be able to read your fate more accurately. Then I will have answers for you, even regarding such distant and foggy matters as gods and kin.
That does seem much faster than searching the land country by country.
A wise decision. That said, I would like to pay a certain place a visit before we go.
I don't remember this one being
There's
very
a small
long.
inn near Mount Tianheng that never sees a lot of business, even though its food is always great value for the money. The owner has always been good to me, so I'd like to say a farewell before I set off.
I always forget that Liyue doesn't glow until after you do the Yaimiko quest. I don't know, from here it does make it look like it's much closer than it feels like. Because my friend and I have like ridden boats with each other from there and did feel long. When I know people have ice bridged it. See anything interesting from here?
This life isn't bad either.
No.
Guess I can keep living
You can
like
see Trinny Vale and the rest of Leeway, and that in the distance, that might be part of Sumeru. Maybe.
Why hasn't it happened yet?
Oh, and you can see Fontaine just barely. You can see the peaks of that triangular mountain. I don't know, I'm really into like geography and seeing what you can see in different places.
No wonder that an inn set up here has no business.
Mona, oh, you've come at just the right time. Did you see a jade ring while you made your way here?
A jade ring? Can't say I have.
Oh, that's not good. That ring was given to me by my mother, but while my back was turned, it was swallowed up by a slime.
That should be no trouble with Mona here. She's really good at astrology.
Absolutely not. Astrology is meant to be used to gain insight into reality and observe destiny itself. It's certainly not for such mundane affairs.
But didn't you say that the owner here's been good to you?
This is a matter of pride and one's state of mind. If an astrologist thinks that their arts can solve all problems, they will be forsaken by the starry ether. Their divinations will lose the power to guide and will not be able to pierce the fog of the unknown before them. Principles are principles.
Such a powerful ability, and you don't use it to earn a living? What a shame.
Well, I was going to put up 20,000 Mora as compensation, if you were willing.
20,000? Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that the person who finds that ring must be lucky indeed to be able to earn 20,000 Mora just like that. Yes, of course. Still, the owner's business has had it pretty hard. It must be a truly extraordinary ring to be worth spending this much Mora to find. It wouldn't be right for us to leave like this, so let's help to search for it. There may be other means we can employ besides astrology.
Oh, Paimon knows where this is going.
I know. I'll leave this one to you. This is the first mission I'm giving you as your master.
Since it was swallowed up by a slime, maybe we can use elemental bait to lure all the nearby slimes to us. You remember the stuff we helped Master Diluc make? And Paimon actually kept a small amount. Paimon's the very best partner, right?
Seems like you already have a plan.
Yep, we'll be back in a jiffy.
This seems like a bad plan to bring all the slimes here.
The elemental bait's really strong. It will attract all the slimes in the area. Even if they're just slimes, they can be dangerous together, so we'd best prepare ourselves.
Well, I'm prepared.
My guiding stars!
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Boba, get them! Not now. Stars, shine for me. The night is cold. Eat this!
Your life is mine. It's nothing.
My guiding star.
Give up.
Odds revealed by...
Submit. Don't waste my time.
Found it! This must be the ring. It's so pretty. I'm unsure it's worth a ton of... Paimon wasn't having any bad thoughts. Let's bring the ring back to Mr. Zhu.
Don't feel bad, Paimon. We've all felt those thoughts. I'm real sorry. We did burn some grass outside your hotel. Sorry.
That's it. That's the one. I thought it was lost forever.
You actually found it. Not bad. Mr. Zhu, you must take care of such precious things a bit better. You might not be so fortunate next time.
You're absolutely right. How would I have faced my family if I had lost the 253rd ring my mother gave me? Oh, let me explain. My family owns 3 jade mines, and in order to ensure that I would be able to find myself a good wife, my mother had many jade accessories made as heirlooms. I think there might be over 500 of them.
Then why would you feel the need to set up an inn here?
Well, inheriting the family business too early unavoidably made things boring. Thank you, all the same. Here's the Mora, as agreed. Please take it.
Then I'll take it, gladly.
But we did all the work!
A disciple should act like one. How can they steal their master's thunder?
Didn't we say we were just playing pretend?
Well, you need to start practicing now. If my rival is as smart as I think they are, they will figure you out in a heartbeat.
What was that rumbling sound?
Oh, right. You mustn't have eaten in days. I'm very sorry. I forgot that you have no...
That didn't happen. Forget it. Well, I suddenly feel that you have indeed contributed to our good fortune. I say we spend this money on treating you to a fine meal. If we travel north, we'll reach the Wongshu Inn. I hear the food there is really good, so let's go try it out. No need to thank me. I'm just doing as a good master should.
Did she say she was treating us?
It's a little weird that does this guy not serve food here? I mean, it's an inn. There's I guess it looks like it might just be outdoor food, but...
Let's go after her for good food!
We're in Ningguang's territory now.
Since it's Mona's treat, we can order whatever we want, right?
Of course. I am a most generous master, after all. But only if you can finish it all. Wasting food simply will not do.
Excuse me, what would you like to order?
I do enjoy shrimp.
These are made using large, succulent shrimp wrapped in crispy fried potatoes. They have an amazing texture. It's exactly what it says on the label. Abalone made from vegetarian ingredients. It's just as good as the real thing. Though tofu could not be a more ordinary ingredient, it and crab roe are truly a match made in heaven. It's one of our specialties. This is a favorite among our regulars. Bamboo shoots, meat, and ham are cooked together, creating a richly flavored soup. Pour a few spoonfuls into each bowl of rice you eat. You'll never get enough of it.
All of them? We only have 3. No, 2.5 people? Isn't that too much food?
That's not how you count it. Besides, Paimon hasn't even ordered yet. Squirrelfish, Juyu chili chicken, and Jury soup, please.
Sure. And is there anything else you'd like to order, ma'am?
I'd just like to ask, how much do the current dishes cost in total?
Around 20,000 mora.
Then, I'll just have some vegetarian noodles, please.
All right. A bowl of vegetarian noodles, was it? Please wait a moment. We'll serve you shortly.
just been thinking about something since we started eating. Is it because she actually doesn't have money?
I heard that. I said I was treating. How could I be rattled by something as mundane as Mora? An astrologist's mind is set on studying the stars. Being so easily disturbed by such banal matters would hamper my judgment. Especially the act of overly gratifying oneself using Mora. It is both vulgar and dangerous.
So, not eating the dishes we ordered is also part of an astrologist's pride? Paimon doesn't get it. But it feels kind of bad that only we got to feast. Oh, yes, we can do that. Just give us a minute. You don't use more to fulfill your desires, so it's fine as long as you're not buying anything, right? Let's go borrow the kitchen from the innkeeper.
I mean, do we really need to ask? I'm pretty sure I worked here at one point.
Hello, how may I help?
We'd like to borrow the kitchen here.
Ah, I see. In that case, sure. As long as you prepared your own ingredients, feel free to use the kitchen. If I may, you must be well versed in the art of cooking, yes? Talented indeed. Actually, I have a small suggestion to make. From your clothes, you're most likely not from around these parts. But since you've come to Liyue, would you like to try making Liyue-style cuisine? I have a recipe for golden crab with me. It's a Yue cuisine classic. It's crab meat that's been rolled in flour, deep-fried, and then pan-fried together with ginger and garlic. When you finally plate it up, the crab seems to be lying on gold.
Golden crab. Golden crab! Golden crab! Then let's get to it. With your skills in the kitchen, this'll be a cinch.
There's a better view of Fontaine. You can see the tower.
Straight on in.
I really wish they didn't make you get rid of that tower. It's just so nice, and it really makes the landscape, like, without it, Fontaine again just becomes a whole bunch of mountains. Okay, I need this. What do I need for golden crab? I need some flour. Can I make flour? I have to wait a little bit. Well, that's fine. While I'm here, I can check my phone. I could go buy it, but I really don't feel like it.
Too salty. Ugh, too salty.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it.
I mean, that's not true. material things can give you happiness, like, beyond I don't know. I feel like material things can give you happiness beyond, like, just when you've bought them, if that makes sense. I'm gonna go grocery shopping. That's what I'm gonna do. I just personally feel you can find happiness in objects beyond the initial purchase. And even antiques. I've been antiquing, and yes, the initial purchase feels good, but you can I don't know. They brought me joy even after I got that purchase. Like, I have a Henry VIII and his wife's teapot. And, like, looking at it brings me joy more than just in the moment of purchase. Alright, Shamel. I used to do weekly grocery shopping on my main account. Oh, I don't need this. Double check that I have all the recipes. There's another place to buy food up here. I'm pretty sure I've bought out the recipes because they're marked on the map, but it doesn't hurt to double check. At this point, I think I have all the AR gated ones, and now I just have the reputation one. I still haven't done reputation on this cat. It's hard to like find the motivation to want to do. Alright, let's go to Mondstadt. remember when I also had to buy meat, like the base meat from Giraffe every week? Because I didn't have it set up for the... not the commissions, but the expeditions. See, and now I never have to buy ingredients. Because I just have so much stockpiled. Let me make you your golden crab. Sorry that took so long. I had to go shopping and...
There's no need to spend all that effort on me. I'm not in dire need of food. I am a little hungry. But it's not a big deal.
You're just getting regular.
This aroma is... I never thought it'd be so luxurious. Fine. Since my disciple has put in so much time and effort, I must, with great difficulty, accept. It's delicious. It's the most delicious thing I've eaten recently.
Well, and clearly we haven't finished off some of our other dishes, so you can have some of those.
I mean, I never knew that my disciple was this
Hello.
skilled. As your master, I am most comforted. I see that it's no boast to call them Liyue's delicacies. I suppose it wasn't too much to spend all this mora on. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Now that we've eaten and drank our fill, we should be off.
Well, it's
If we
nighttime
travel
now.
north from here, we should reach the Stone Gate, and from there we will be within the boundaries of Mondstadt.
Yeah, I know. I've been to Mondstadt. I have spent time there. It has happened. It occurred. Now, how has your day been?
What deep
Now that you've
mysteries shall we
come and
acquire knowledge
joined.
of? I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, we can go by D-Luke's house. We don't have to worry about a hotel. We'll just stay there.
Whew, that was tiring, but we're finally in Mondstadt.
Wait, is this where guys come over and try to rob us? For a long time, I'd had this memory of doing a quest where in this area, guys try to like scam us and rob us, but I couldn't for the life of me remember when it occurred, and I kind of thought maybe I just was like making it up a little in my head. I've just played so many hours of this game that like highway bandits, I don't know, made sense.
The quest to plumb the wondrous depths of knowledge is indeed arduous.
And we don't need to stay here, Mona. We can just walk, like, not that far and stay at D-Luke's house, not out in the open. I'm sure he'd let us, at the very least, stay on his grounds. It seems dangerous.
Paimon's not tired.
I mean, and also I hate camping. So, I vote we not camp. Ever. I mean, do I even sleep? Well, okay, we do know that I sleep, because I think you do it a couple times in the Sumeru quest. And you do it in the Fontaine quest. Okay, so I take that back. We sleep. But do I need sleep? Well, yeah, I think so. Okay. I should just... now I'm just being delusional.
That's because you float.
Well, it doesn't look like an astrologist is all that amazing either.
That's because you have too many unrealistic fantasies about astrology.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure where you would get it that astrologists wouldn't need to sleep.
Are you also resting your feet here?
Who are you?
Oh, my brothers and I are all merchants. We just finished doing business in Liyue, and we're preparing to head back to Mondstadt.
Is this also Griffin Burns? Kind of sounds like it. Because I know at least one of the other NPCs was him, I'm pretty sure.
You look rather tired. The cart we hired will be coming in a while. What say you to coming along for the ride?
I think this is him.
No need, no need. We're already heading that way anyway.
There's no need. Now shoo, get out of our way.
Huh? Miss, is there something wrong?
Cease your pretensions, bandit. Picking up people on the road who appear vulnerable, robbing them blind once they've gotten on the cart, and then taking them to some Archon-forsaken place. Is that your deal?
What are you saying? We came over here to make conversation, and this is how we're rewarded? With insults? If you don't want to get on, don't. Crazy girl.
Well then, shall I tell you now which objects you have on you that are stolen? If you have any quibbles, we can bring people to corroborate what I've said, and all will come to light. If I lose, I'll pay you 20,000 mora. But if I win, then you'll be eating prison rations in Liyue Harbor tonight. How about it? If you're real legitimate businessmen, there's nothing to fear, is there?
I mean, wouldn't it be in Mondstadt? Are we in Liyue? This is kind of a weird area. Like, I don't know if we're in Liyue or Mondstadt.
You've pushed it too far, brat. I don't know how you found out, but as long as we get rid of you, no one will have to know.
Don't fret, it's just a few bandits. You said earlier that there was nothing amazing about astrologists? Well then, this is a good time to show you what your master can do.
Delve into destiny.
The night is cold.
As you wish, Snake Fräulein.
Nice and spicy.
It's nothing.
I guess we can see. Oh, we are in Liyue.
Pick the wrong test subject.
Shadows of fate.
Ha! Ha! My guiding star.
Direct assault!
Decided by destiny. Delve into... You're toast!
What did you think? Did that satisfy your expectations? Such things are elementary for an astrologist. Lies are worthless before astrology. Destiny and truth are written in the stars.
The stars aren't real.
Though it may take more time to garner the specifics, I can read the gist of a situation at a glance.
But you did hit some bumps in the road.
That's because Teyvat's stars can only display the fates and truths of this world. Anything related to you becomes like a fog that even I cannot penetrate. That is why I must meet that successor. With our knowledge combined, I might be able to gain new insight into your fate. Whatever the case, you've got everything to gain from this trip. All right, I'm rested. Let's get this journey to Mondstadt over with.
If only we had a cart.
I thought you weren't tired.
I mean, Paimon presumably wouldn't be using the cart.
Are you ready? Don't shame your master now. We're about to meet that successor. I guess. Wait, no. It won't do if you have no idea at all, even if you are a fake disciple. We have a rule that forbids us from teaching outsiders, but I suppose I could teach you. My astrology is based on hydromancy, and as the name suggests, I use the reflections in water bodies to observe the true starry sky. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch closely now. From the present station and movement of the stars, I see. So that successor is a young, female Knight of Favonius.
Doesn't that sound like Lisa?
We will meet her here presently. Well, that's all the information we need. It seems that even basic astrology can't be grasped in one go. Never mind, I'll explain in detail later. She's here.
Wow, it's you, Miss Honorary Knight. And Paimon, too, you're back.
Hi, Cleve.
That's her. The successor to great knowledge.
Successor?
That's right. I am the astrologist who has plumbed the depths of the ocean of stars. Surely you have long calculated my arrival as well.
An ocean of stars? What's that? Does it have fish in it?
Fish? No, don't play dumb. Is this some kind of game?
I should be the one saying that. I didn't get what you said at all.
But my predictions can't be mistaken. Well, let's make sure. Your mother's name is Alice, isn't it?
That's right. Oh, so you're Mommy's friend. But she's gone very far away.
My readings told me as much. But before she left, she must have imparted her mystical arts to you, surely.
Mystical arts? I don't get it. Mommy only taught me to make Jumpy Dumpties. So Glee's mother is the friend and rival of Mona's teacher?
Yes. As well-versed in astrology as she was, my master knew only astrology. Alice, on the other hand, was skilled in a great many other mystical fields.
That's because Alice is wonderful.
Well, Glee's so young. So even if she'd heard this deep knowledge, she might not have understood.
Yes. It seems she has inherited the blood, but not the knowledge. What a miscalculation. There can be no contest like this. Yes. So before Alice left, did she tell you about a 50-year agreement and about a certain box?
Oh, I know this one. So you're here for that box. I'll look. Wait here. Not this one. Or this one. No, it's not this one either. Ah, I remember now. I buried it together with my new treasure at Windrise. Wait for me. I'll be right back.
Please don't blow it up.
Clee, don't just run off. Don't you need the things in your pack?
I'll help her pack these things back in. You go after her. Looking at how rash she is, I worry for the box.
We're here. This is it. Let's dig it up. It can't be. I put a sign here. There's no mistake. Dendro's lines. We can talk later. Let's take them out first. Gooba, get them.
By royal decree, wings of darkness, come, sever night.
Give up.
Oh, they really did just give up.
Box. Glad it wasn't damaged in the explosions. Retrieval complete. Let's bring it back.
You're back at last. The wait was exceedingly dull. I had intended to read a book to pass the time, but this one was just some ridiculous diary. Nothing of note in it at all. It dropped from Klee's backpack, so I thought it might contain some ancient knowledge, but... Never mind that. So, did you find the box?
We did. It's in perfect shape.
That's wonderful. Wait a moment. Why isn't it locked? And why is it empty?
Huh? Well, it's because I borrowed this box to store my treasures.
Borrowed?
But since you're here for the box, I took all my treasures out. That's why it's empty.
You used it to store your things? Then where are the original contents of the box? That's what I want.
Oh, you want the thing that used to be in the box? You should have said so.
You haven't broken it, have you?
No, it's not broken at all. It's the book in your hand.
What? This. So this book, this diary, is that Hag's... It's her diary from 50 years ago? The thing she wanted back after 50 years was the dark history of her youth? I'm finished. No wonder that old woman said I should not look at it no matter what, or she'd rip me to shreds.
Am I in trouble? It was you who said you wanted the box. You didn't say anything about the thing inside. I don't know anything. I'm leaving. Bye.
Well, if you don't say anything, your master won't find out, will she?
Oh, she'll know.
Impossible. Astrology can see through all lies. You've seen it yourself. After having spent all my mora to come to Mondstadt, not only have I gained no knowledge, but now I can't return. How did it come to this?
That's so sad. Maybe you could forget everything in that book and then go back.
That's... too difficult. And even if I wanted to stay in Mondstadt, it would be... Yes. I mean, no. You really have no way with words.
Well, then you'll just have to go back and face your master.
Stop talking about it. I guess I'll just have to stay in Mondstadt temporarily. Once that old crone's reached the end of her days, I'll be free. But what will I do about my astrology research? No, wait. I don't even have a place to stay.
About that, we can go ask Catherine at the Adventurers Guild. Let's see if she can help.
The Adventurers Guild? Right. You can do commissions for them in exchange for... Well, you know what I mean, don't you? Oh, thanks. Never mind, it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you can do commissions and not have to even do astrology stuff at all.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. I see. I understand the situation. There is a magic laboratory in Mondstadt that has been sealed by some unknown person. Although we have a few specialists who could break the seal, they all have their own labs and aren't that interested in the matter. I believe that if the astrologist you mentioned can break the seal, the owner of that house wouldn't mind if she stayed there. All right. Then, allow me to tell you where the house is.
Well, I already know where the house is.
The person who placed this seal is by no means simple. Breaking this seal by force is nigh on impossible.
I do wonder who put the seal. I don't think they've ever discussed that.
Interesting. I suppose it's worth using my astrology on. Let me see. I see. So, if you first, and then you... All right, it's open.
Holy moly, that's amazing! Now we just need to go back to Catherine and you'll be able to stay here.
No need, no need. You have my utmost thanks.
Well, I mean, nobody lives there now. So, like, I don't... The implication is that a magician used to live there and they put the seal on. Because Catherine called it a magician's lab. And so that just makes it interesting because, like, well, what magician? We don't... I mean, we know about, like, Mona and Lisa and Alice to an extent, or, like, witches or magicians, kind of that implication thing. But this implies that there's, like, more... And especially the implication of multiple magic labs, and the other magicians in town aren't interested in this one since they have their own. That implies there's magicians in town, and, like, that's so interesting. Like, what do you mean? Where are they? Have we met them? Do we know them? Does Lisa have a lab? Like, who are these magicians? What are magicians? Is that just someone with a vision? Or can you be a magician without a vision? Like, I feel like... I don't know, I feel like that's interesting. I don't think it's Alice, though, because I feel like they would have just said it if it was Alice. My take is we're probably not going to find out who it was, because in the grand scheme of things, it's probably not that important. If it is Alice, I guess they might bring it back up, but, like... Oh my god, I'm so itchy from the fucking mosquitoes. I just think it's interesting that it brings up this idea of there's magicians in Mondstadt, and we don't know anything about them.
You are?
Oh, I'm Goth, the owner of this house. I passed by the Adventurers Guild a while back, and Catherine told me about the matter.
How much property do you own?
I never thought this troublesome seal would be dispelled so quickly.
Does that mean I can stay here?
Of course, of course. The facilities inside were just being left there anyway. I would be glad to have someone make use of them. To express my thanks, I shall rent this building to you at the lowest possible price.
Rent? I didn't hear anything about rent, and I helped out too.
Yes, of course, I understand. I am most thankful to you for that. So rest assured that I will give you the best rates.
I guess if Goth owns it, well, he is such a big property owner, he probably could have just bought it from anybody, but that does leave somewhat of an interpretation that someone in his family was a magician.
I mean...
Paimon thinks Mona's misunderstood something, but...
I guess I don't have any other choice. I'll rent this place.
Great! Then we are agreed. I will go prepare the documentation. Please wait here.
Thanks for your help. Also, well, I'm very sorry, but I won't be able to do what I agreed to help you with just yet. Without the necessary tools and without new knowledge, it will take me some time to see your destiny clearly. But I promise that I'll do a reading for you first thing once I'm ready. Thank you. Our traveling together was fate. And of the good kind, I'd say. I wish you both safe travels. As for me, I need to think of the future as well.
You could sell potions, you could do commissions, you could pick up a trade. I mean, the commissions are probably your best bet because you have the vision. But you could go work at somebody's shop. Like, there's options. And especially if you in, like, Adventurers Guild. That's something that, like, you don't necessarily need to do. I mean, I know we as the player do daily commissions, but you probably don't need to do daily commissions for. And be, like, kind of on your own schedule.
How is she gonna make a living if she doesn't use astrology to make money? Maybe we should come back and check on her once in a while. It would really be bad if she fainted from hunger in there.
I don't know. I feel like she has a lot of options. She just has to be original about it. You know, she has to be willing to do some work. Seeing Goth reminded me. He's not in here during the day. I think it's interesting that that was clearly something we were going to try, is having these furniture sellers. And then I don't know what made them change their mind on it. Obviously something did. Hello.
It's high time I took
I'm good, how are you? I think now we can do that quest in Mondstadt. Mondstadt and its Archon, yes. Tell me more about Venti. I don't remember what this quest involved. Echo, that's the stuffed animal thing, right? I don't play the Imaginarium Theater very much. Oh, no, it's... Okay. It's a sprinting animation. No, I don't have any. I don't do the... God, I don't do the Imaginarium Theater very much at all. So I'm still working on Notlin for my main account. Oh my god. Some of those night trials make me want to cry. Luckily, my friend taught me how to do the capybara one. I haven't really, I don't know. I think my problem is, there are people who really like it and really like hard content. And they really like having to try over and over again to, get it done. And I just... If I've put in a try or two and it's not working, I find no enjoyment and just keep having to do it. You know what I mean? I just... After a handful of attempts, I'm like... What's the point? Clearly this isn't working. Yeah, I can see that. If you really wanted something for one of your characters, because let's see who it's for. Yeah, I mean, at this point, the ones who have the echoes, none of them are exactly... I mean, I have Zhongli, and he's on all my teams, but, like, not... He's usually not up in combat. Like, his job is to shield me and then go away until the next time I need the shield. Giving away my dandelion seeds for this. Yeah, I just looked at an echo of what the wiki currently had of, like, who has echoes, who's going to have echoes. Like I said, none of them are... Like, maybe if Klee... I don't play with Klee anymore. Maybe if Neuvillette got... an echo, I don't know. Oh, it's something you may have noted. Zhao is out. Ningguang is in. Was I building Jean last time I was on this channel? I was. I forgot. My eyes hurt. I kind of cried during Venti's quest, and it's made my head hurt. Okay. Do we want to do Zhongli's first? Or other people's? Oh. Find the boat that takes me out there. I don't know why I was like, do we want to do that? And then turned around and was immediately like, okay. Boats, it's this guy. I think. I don't remember ever going back out. Yeah, I remember on my main account I put it off.
How are the fish?
It's not this guy. It's on this thing. Okay, near the previous one. Okay, we're doing well. You. Thanks. God, just like so itchy.
Oh? I didn't think I would see you here.
I might have to take a minute. It's like all over my legs. I just hadn't been bit by mosquitoes in so long.
Are these two your friends?
Yes. We had the fortune of meeting not too long ago. They are quite a knowledgeable and talented pair, and a pleasure to be around. Traveler, we were just discussing the history of Rex Lapis. Would you like to listen?
Yeah, so I went to the zoo today, and it wasn't a well taken care of zoo, and they had a lot of standing water, which is just like a breeding ground for mosquitoes, and I'm really allergic to them. But so since moving here, I'd never had an issue with the mosquitoes here, so I didn't think to like bring bug spray or put it on before I went. And within minutes, I was just covered in mosquito bites. I might have to like put tape on them when I go to bed. I don't really want to listen to... I feel like I should like Zhongli as a character because I'm really into like history and stuff, and that's his thing. Like, he just likes to talk about Liyue's history. But I just feel nothing. I'm just not into it. There's all this like nice Zhongli fan fiction and smut and stuff, and I'm just like, I don't feel that way. Like, I just don't care. I don't know. And I feel like I should. But also in general, despite Liyue having some like really interesting history, it's probably my least favorite of the nations so far. Oh, someone must be clapping in the background. I just like, I don't know. Some of the history is pretty interesting, but I just felt until Chenyu Vale came along, a lot of the scenery, like, yeah, there was like mountains and stuff, but color palette wise was pretty bland. And Mondstadt suffers from the same thing. Mondstadt just has this nostalgia factor going for it. Kind of. Because it's like the first place you go. And also it's much smaller, and so like exploring it doesn't feel like quite the slog that exploring Liyue can feel.
This, good sir, seems not to appreciate the almighty power of the Lord of Geo. As a professional archaeologist, I'm inclined to correct some of his erroneous views. We are discussing the whereabouts of the first Mora.
Okay, whoever is clapping just needs to stop.
The first Mora?
As everyone knows, the Lord of Geo taught the ancient people of Liyue the craft of smelting, creating goods that allowed them to develop trade with the early nations of that time.
Oh, also, because the last time I streamed, I had to stop early because I was getting a headache and I thought I was getting sick. Yeah, turns out it was just my headset. I took my headset off to finish wrapping some stuff up once I was done with stream, and like, I immediately felt better. So at some point I might have to take my headset down and just talk into the microphone, which that's actually how I used to play. I used to just set the microphone in my lap and play. So at some point I might have to do that. But no, it turns out like my headset was like pushing my glasses in a weird way. And so then the thing with glasses is like if they're not on correctly, it can make your eyes hurt because your eyes are struggling to like see. And so the glasses were on enough that like I was able to use them, but they were at a weird angle. It's the same thing. So I broke my glasses last year and I had the frames, or I had the lenses still, but I had to put them in new frames until I could get new glasses. And I got really bad headaches when I wore them because they just weren't on my face correctly. And so I think my headphones had just pushed my glasses into a place where it wasn't on my face correctly. And so it was messing with my vision. And that's why I was getting like really bad headache in my eyes. But also I feel like, I mean, I have them like as loose as they can go, but I do sometimes feel like my ears, I don't know, I might mess with them because I am kind of getting a headache. Let me check if I can make these looser. See, the thing is, you don't want to make them, like, too loose, because then they're, like, falling off your head.
Today, Liyue holds the sole right to cast Mora in the entire continent of Teyvat. The world's very first Mora should have been cast by the hands of the Lord of Geo himself thousands of years ago.
See, and, like, obviously I understand why Liyue would want the right to cast Mora, but I don't understand why other and I mean, I know maybe it's because the Mora comes from Zhongli, but like obviously that's fine. He's made it so they can make new Mora now that he's retired. And so that makes me like, why would other nations agree to this? Especially other nations that are in conflict with Liyue. Like, Shinez Nye is out here running the banks. Why would they not want the right to cast Mora? And also, then on the flip side, Liyue is casting Mora. Why aren't they running the banks? You know? It doesn't quite make sense.
According to my research, as well as my own hypothesis, I believe that this coin of unique historical significance has been passed down secretly through the years as a kind of token. For example, perhaps the Qixing who control the Liyue use it in some kind of unknown ceremony they hold when they come to power.
No. My research indicates that the first Mora coin is not such a simple thing. Mora is a catalyst. This we all know. Even today, Mora is used in the mystic arts for its curious properties of weapon enhancement. The world's first Mora would no doubt possess the strongest power. My next historical treatise will boldly expound on the newest findings from my intense decade-long research. That is, that the Lord of Geo used this original Mora as a catalyst to enhance a dagger and a sword.
A dagger and a sword?
Well, buy the book when it comes out to read the full story. For now, I will only reveal this. The one who finds the dagger shall become supreme in Liyue, and the one who finds the sword may be crowned Liyue's sovereign.
I can't say I agree.
Oh my god, please stop clapping. Please.
Let us not speak of the authenticity of the dagger and sword first. But Mora and money came about simply because they are a convenient measure of a contract's value.
We'll find out once I'm out of this cutscene, but I'm fairly certain there's a child on board, and I think it's them. They have a clapping animation.
Rex Lapis just meant for Mora to serve as a catalyst for people to exchange and trade. The world's first Mora is probably just an ordinary coin created by Rex Lapis. As for its fate, the same as all Mora, I suspect. It was simply spent somewhere.
I think that Mr. Hanshua's hypothesis seems reasonable. Mr. Zhongli's argument, on the other hand, lacks any evidence. How can you so easily dismiss the Lord of Geo's profound foresight?
No, I am not debating right or wrong. I am simply stating a fact.
Enough! Do you think you understand the Lord of Geo more than me?
I know but little about history, and I wouldn't dare to brag. But discussion is meaningless if everyone has the same opinion, no?
Well then, answer me this. Long ago, when Liyue Harbor was being constructed, the Lord of Geo taught the people how to build houses. The model home he used to teach them was completely cast from Mora, correct?
That is correct, indeed.
Okay, then tell me. Why would the Lord of Geo do something so extravagant, if not because of the mystical power that Mora contains?
There's a simple explanation, really. To the god of wealth and commerce, what material is easier to get than Mora? I mean, I am talking about Rex Lapis.
Excuse me, sir. I have some questions about archaeology. Can we find somewhere quiet to chat? I mean, if it's okay with you.
Oh, it's no problem at all. But may my friend accompany us? Perhaps they could be of some help.
I have taken several archaeology classes.
Of course. They can come if that's what pleases you, sir. Let's go.
Okay. Which one of these bitches is clapping? No. It's you. It's you, Guan Hong. God, I hate you.
What I'm about to say is a bit disrespectful of the Lord of Geo and would draw a lot of angry looks. So it's best to discuss this somewhere quiet. Your argument just now exhibited acuteness of speech and thought.
I did have
Most
to
importantly, you don't fall for the boasting and acting of the others. You remain objective.
Even when I loosened it, it was just like... I don't know how to describe, but it just like makes my eyes hurt.
So I have a question for you. Perhaps you will answer differently from other scholars.
Let's not analyze it in terms of good versus evil. Rex Lapis placed great
Right! The Lord of Geo wouldn't kill the innocent.
But when I was doing some research, I learned about the legend the god of salt, Havria, was a very kind god. Morax used a rather underhanded trick.
What? No.
This bit of history is a long story.
Don't worry, please tell me what you know. This event, I've already searched.
Quite so.
Over here, Mr. Zhongli. I've been looking for you. So you're over here all...
Put down your weapon and stay back. Otherwise, Paimon's reporting you to the Millilith.
First of all, I'm not holding a weapon. There's no need to overreact now. I'm simply an archaeological researcher from Snezhnaya.
The Fatui say that every time.
But this time, I registered with the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs. I could show you the official documentation if you want to see it. I will be conducting an archaeological survey here, the results of which will all be shared with... I heard that Wangsheng Funeral Parlor had a consultant named Zhang Li, with immense knowledge of ancient history and archaeology. So I paid Wangsheng Funeral Parlor a handsome amount to hire Zhang Li as my own consultant while I'm in town.
It's like... It's a little I mean, not even sus from our point of view, but like... Is the Qixing not suspicious of this?
So you mean to say that this is work for the Wangsheng funeral parlor, yes? Well, since it's work, I don't have a choice.
Of course you would be such a reasonable man.
Wait, if you are studying archaeology, can I go too? I am also a scholar in this field.
That will give us a chance to continue the topic we were just discussing. Oh, and you should tag along too. This experience may be of help to you on your future adventures. I do know some stuff about
archaeology. I've never actually done it. These were not hands-on classes. These were like, here's finding. Well, one of them was intro, so it was like, here are the practices. And then the other one was archaeology of the region I studied abroad in. And in that one, it was like, here's things we found over time.
It is a story from before the rise of the Seven. Although the god...
Wait. This is an archaeological expedition, not a tour group.
But this friend of mine has a treasure-finding talent, surpassed by no one. It will surely be of great...
Oh? What talent?
If my friend espies a treasure chest, they will absolutely find a way to...
Hey, Paimon's good at that too!
Well, that is quite enticing. All right then. Well, let's go. There's no time to waste. When the Overlord of the Vortex was crushed by the Jade Chamber recently, perhaps something of interest was washed ashore.
No, I didn't think that. That's the problem with taking the headset off is I can't hear when they're done talking.
An ancient artifact would be good. Traces of ancient activity would be great. But a piece of the god's limb would be even better. Who knows what surprises we may find.
Yeah, I turned it up, so you're gonna have to tell me now it's like echoing into the microphone.
This place looks so ordinary. Can we really find anything valuable here?
Huh? Paimon thinks it looks really grand.
I don't mean the scenery, but rather that there should be something out of the ordinary. A big battle did just occur and all, and I don't even know where to begin looking here.
God, you're in such a bad mood, Clement. I mean, I know you're probably just after a treasure, but like... you could at least pretend. Some of the other Fatui have been way better actors than you. Clearly, you need to go to the House of the Hearth acting school.
Guyan Stone Forest is actually the perfect place to be, if you wish to learn about the gods or the history of the Archon War. Legend has it that Rex Lapis threw spears made of large rock into the sea here, piercing and crushing the Overlord of the Vortex. After many years of wind erosion, those stone spears have turned into the unique rock formations we see now.
What's up with that big one in the middle? Like, did it split? I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to get the vision here of the spears, and the other ones make sense, but this big one in the middle, like, is not... like, it kind of looks like one came down at a diagonal and one came straight down and they meet. Yeah, it could be broken. I don't know, maybe we'll go over there later and look at it.
These mountains were the Lord of Geo's weapons?
What we see now is just the part of them that remains. The stone spears hurled by Rex Lapis all those years ago.
Well, yeah, and I guess you have to consider that what we see now has been all eroded. So it could be that it's actually just way bigger, and that chunk in the middle that's been taken out is just gone from erosion.
But due to the different angles they landed at, their large centers of mass, erosion by seawater, and years of gravity, Many of them have been completely swallowed by the sea.
We're gonna try something. We're gonna try putting the headphones on, taking my glasses off, and sitting closer to the screen
So besides wind erosion,
so that I can see.
the initial collapsing of the stone spears also played a big part in the formation of Guyon Stone Forest.
Well, a god able to fight one so powerful as Rex Lapis was certainly very strong in its own right.
I mean, he did almost destroy the city.
Indeed. This is where the value lies in research at Guyon Stone Forest.
If you mean, like, pain-wise, like, it's not the worst. I think it's just a mix of once you have the headache, it's already there, and then also because I did cry during Venti's story quest, like, you get a headache from that because it dries out your eyes, and so if I just chug a bunch of water, I should be fine. If you mean, like, vision-wise, I, really can't see. Like, I can tell you right now, I'm a foot away from the screen, and the text on the screen is still blurry. Like, I'd probably be fine to do, like, a boss fight from the couch, and, like, my couch isn't even that far from the screen either. I'd probably be able to do, like, a boss fight, but with one big boss on screen without my glasses on. But the thing is, especially smaller enemies like small slimes, hilichurls, stuff like that, I wouldn't be able to see them, and then I wouldn't be able to see, like, the instructions of what to do, and also it would be hard, like, I wouldn't be able to read the map at all to know where to go. Like, even though the map markers are different colors than the things appearing on your, like, than the map itself, it would just all blend in together. Even, like, the purple ones are for daily commissions, but even the purple ones, I don't think I'd be able to see. I have really bad eyesight. Oh, now that I've moved off the couch, I'm all itchy again.
Most of the objects from that time were lost to the sea. But the gigantic waves created by the overload of the vortex have given those sunken objects a chance to see the light of day again.
So you're saying that if we look carefully, we'll be able to get very rich.
Knowledge.
Rich with archaeological knowledge and historical value, yes? That's all I seek in life. Well, since we brought so many people, I think it would be best to split up and look.
Okay then. I will go with my friend here. Although I have a smattering of knowledge in various disciplines, when it comes to archaeology, I can't compete with the expert here.
As I say, usually I don't have a problem with wearing my glasses when I play, but I think it's the combination of the headset and my glasses. Yeah, he's a bad actor. Like, Lenny, like, obviously... Well, Lenny, I'm sure there were hints, and, like, you could really pick up on them if you paid attention, but, like, I don't know, I could see people being like, oh my god, what the heck? His house on the hearth? Like, I could see that being Bible. And it's the same with, the guy in the village for the Aranara quest. I knew beforehand that it was him just because I did that quest so late. And he did have some kind of, like, semi-suspicious stuff. But, like, for the most part, there wasn't anything that, like, just screamed suspicion about him. Like, I don't remember being like, oh my gosh, this is so obvious. And I felt the same way about some of the other. I mean, we don't run into a ton of Fatui tricking us too much. Yeah. Like I said, like, I mean, it was semi-obvious that it had to be him just because we didn't get a lot of other characters in the storyline who weren't children. So it kind of had to be him. But I don't remember him, like, giving on any voice lines that I was like, dude, you are so obvious here. Like, I just remember it being more of a, like, well, who else could it be type thing. And I mean, to be fair, does it really matter? It doesn't really matter from a player perspective that this guy is being obvious, but I mean, if you were thinking about this in real life, probably wouldn't want to be, especially when you consider, like, it's one thing for him to be really obvious about, like, around, like, Zhongli. Yeah. It's one thing for him to be, like, really obvious around Zhongli, who probably already knows, but you would think he wouldn't want to be so suspicious around the Traveler. Like, he knows who the Traveler is. It's not quite the same as, like, Sumeru. You could kind of argue that maybe our Inara Quest guy didn't know who we are completely. I mean, I think he does. And obviously Lyney knew who we were, and he didn't want us to know. And so he wasn't obvious. You would think this guy wouldn't want us to catch on because we are already, like, threatening him with violence.
Huh? Me? What's the matter? This is your profession. Why are you so surprised?
No, the bad thing about sitting on the floor is now I have, like, I need to vacuum. I can tell that I need to vacuum. It's just like for a while at my old apartment, I was working out and I was doing that on my rug there. God, do I lose so much hair. Like now, at least in my living room, there won't be as much because I sleep in a separate room, but I used to live in a studio, and so, like, there was no escaping it.
I get it. I'll escort him then.
Okay. If we find anything valuable or rare, let's meet on the shore opposite from here. The ancient god probably left behind lots of elemental marks. Following them should make our search much easier.
For a minute I thought he was talking about
Use your elemental sight to look for any marks.
Rex Lapis when he was talking about the ancient god, and I was like, bestie, you don't need to pretend here. Like, we know who you are.
Nice and spicy.
Don't waste my time.
The night is cold.
Oh, I didn't like that.
Not now.
It's not. Your life is mine.
I'm not sure I ever saw the signs of the gods. Yeah. Well, okay, so I'm impressed with what I got done this week of doing all my daily commissions. I said I was going to stream, like, throughout the week, and I really did intend to, and then I remembered that I had a training thing for work, and that's why I didn't end up streaming, because every night they took us out to dinner. But no, I do need to artifact farm for Ningguang, and the good thing is now I can do the highest level, so I can probably get people to co-op with me easier.
Guyan Stone Forest is a place where a god was defeated, and its remnants still affect the area to this day.
Yeah, I'm not sure I see. Maybe it's because I have my glasses on, but I can't see any old god markings. As someone who can see the screen better than me, probably, am I missing something? When I'm doing the elemental site, are we seeing markings from the old god?
Nice and spicy.
That I'm just missing?
Don't waste my time.
I was missing it. Not because I'm blind, I just didn't know what I was looking for.
In the center. Perhaps it emits the remnant strength of the god. That would certainly attract me. The hydrominic monsters. I have a contract and must put my personal feelings aside. Go ahead. Defeat them and recover the relic. It's just a stone slab, but its design is quite unique. This should be enough to garner some information. Let's head...
I thought I was far enough away.
Back.
From that blast.
Call yourself a scholar of archaeology? You can't even recognize this or that. What are you good for?
We all have our areas of expertise. I already tried very hard to explain.
Oh, stop arguing! What in the world happened?
This girl just keeps bragging about how she's an archaeologist, but she doesn't even know anything about the surrounding ruins. I even know more than her. She left me to rely solely on guessing, experience, to find anything valuable to take back. Ugh, what a waste of time.
I've just been researching the God of Salt, so I'm not familiar with sea relics. Is that so strange? And you kept asking about how much Mora everything is worth. Can the value of relics only be measured in Mora?
Isn't measuring their value in Mora the easiest way? This also matches the traditions of Liyue, does it not?
I did. I made tacos. Again. So I've already had it, and I made cake last week. So I had some dessert too.
Now, calm down. No need to make a fuss. We were able to bring back some intriguing objects. Let's have a look. Oh, what a shame. These objects were indeed washed ashore by the Overlord of the Vortex, but they have nothing to do with the god besides being in the vicinity at the time.
Is that a crab under the water?
The stone
it's like
slab
not
we
quite
found,
rendered.
however, has a mysterious pattern and faint aura of divine power. Perhaps it will be useful for research purposes.
Oh my god, that sounds so good. We don't have a lot of kebab over here. It's just not the same. I got it a lot when I studied abroad. But we don't... Which, I mean, makes sense. It's just a different fast food. I mean, we have different fast food. Not even chain stuff, but, like, other types of fast food than other countries. And well, and down where I live now, it's all, like, southern food. So, even less so. When I lived... The last place that I lived had a lot of, Asian cuisine and like sushi shops and stuff, and I miss that.
Quick, give it to me.
Dude, you are like the worst actor ever.
At least we didn't come for nothing. The power of the gods, yes! This is good. Oh, but these other objects are certainly worth a little something, right? It should be enough to cover the cost of hiring you. It's all mine.
So, it's only valuable for research if there are remnants of divine power on it?
Not at all. My quest to uncover the history of the God of Salt is because history can tell us about culture and beliefs. But you're just trying to use archaeology to get rich.
I mean, listen, we all have to have a job.
Nonsense! I'm a professional archaeology researcher from Snezhnaya. I swear, if I'm lying, may the Lord of Geo strike me down.
I do. I really like spicy food.
Oh, by the way, you probably don't want to sell that teacup.
Oh? Why's that?
That's not an ancient teacup. It's part of Ningguang's collection. It must have fallen here along with the Jade Chamber. So unless you want to mess with the Qixing...
Ah, I see. What a shame. It was of such high quality, too.
I mean, you could probably sell it somewhere else. Just don't sell it in Liyue. God forbid you have to go to another country.
You do want to sell these objects!
But, so what? Why can't I pursue wealth both intellectual and material? Don't be so simple-minded. All right, then. No need to stay here any longer. I'm rather quite intrigued by the God of Salt, too, actually. Let's go to Sal Tarai next.
And this is where I have to pull up my laptop, because there's some chests here.
We should look for a new investment. Mora doesn't grow on trees.
Oh, now I have to switch back to my other... map account. Oh, they've changed the icons. Gross.
Even if an antique is priceless, the happiness it brings lasts for only the moment that you obtain it.
Alright. Saltaray.
It's raining. Fetch an umbrella for me, would you?
That'll be a no. Get your own umbrella. The rain off. I might have to put my glasses back on for this next part. Let's see how I feel when I put them back on. Yeah. I'm sure I could have gone and fought them, but I already have the chest from over there. So. What was that?
I heard that Saltaray was once the home of the God of Salt's people. Therefore, there's sure to be loads of valuable relics nearby.
According to legend, the people of the God of Salt, Havria, enjoyed prosperous lives under her protection. But this legend has been around for ages. With the countless scrap collectors and treasure hoarders in the area, there probably aren't many valuable things left here.
Oh, good. That's just great. If I knew it was picked this clean before, I wouldn't have come.
About that, I know there's a ruin deep in this cave here. It's related to the God of Salt, which is actually how the area originally got its name of Saltaray. However, the ruin entrance has been sealed by a mysterious power. Nobody has been able to break the seal. I found a mechanism that seemed to be related to the seal, but when I undid the mechanism, the seal wasn't affected at all. So at the moment, the seal's origin and how to break it are very important topics in my research on the God of Salt. I don't know, there's no concrete evidence, but I'm pretty sure the seal is meant to hide some kind of long-forgotten truth. The God of Salt was a benevolent god, adored by the people, not to mention powerful. She wouldn't have any kind of shameful secrets to hide. So, the one who wants to hide some truth is very possibly her killer, Morax.
This doesn't sound like something the Lord of Geo would do, though.
Who cares about all that? It sounds like countless treasures of the God of Salt lie within this ruin, just waiting for someone to find them, right?
You weren't listening at all, were you? Ugh. Even if there's a mountain of treasures inside, nobody can get in if the seal isn't broken.
Ah, but we have the illustrious Mr. Zhongli with us. He looks like he knows just about everything. A little seal shouldn't be any trouble for him.
This seal seems to be quite ancient. Even Mr. Zhongli may not know all of its secrets.
I may know something about it.
What?
Over the years, I've heard various rumors with bits of knowledge about seals. Although their references seem rather disorderly, they do in fact contain the secret to breaking seals. Let's go take a look at the mechanism Miss Wanyan just mentioned.
Okay, since Mr. Zhongli says so, follow me then.
Well, it looks like I'm gonna kill him after all, because I don't want to fucking deal with it.
My guiding star! Lola, get them! Stars, shine for...
Your life is mine!
As you wish, Fräulein.
Not now.
I'm pretty sure it is. I don't fully remember, but I'm pretty sure.
The night is cold.
Don't waste my time.
Like, I'm pretty sure he sealed it for protection so that the salt wouldn't continue to spread. I might be wrong, though.
Nice and spicy.
It has been a while since I played the quest.
Here it is. There's some debris scattered here that, when put together, look like they definitely had to do with the god of salt. According to the inscription on the side, if one looks from a certain angle, the secret to the mechanism will be revealed.
I chose
See that?
Tignari.
Although we activated the mechanism, nothing happened to the seal.
That's because there's actually another mechanism that must be activated.
Another?
Let me lead the way from here.
I am, just not right now. I'm a little wore out from our already existing Nilou and Layla adventures, and he needs the same flower as Layla. And he needs fungal spores, and I haven't found a good way of farming those without like going through the chest. I might do that. Or I'm slowly catching up to my friend's account, and I might off-stream. To be honest, I might off-stream do it on other people's accounts too. But I'm not too worried about it currently. So I know I'm gonna use Fischl with him.
I created another universe and founded Paradise.
And I'll probably use Kale. Or no, what was it? I was reading this team of how to use him, and it was Tignari, Fischl.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Kirara, and I want to say Kuki. So I have a couple other characters that I need to build anyway. Like, I won't be able to build Kuki until I work on Inazuma. And then Kirara just has a boss that I'm not looking forward to fighting, plus I'll need more of those. So I'm not in a rush to build him. Plus, I've been really enjoying Ningguang.
Mora doesn't grow on trees.
This place seems familiar. Huh, I remember. I think there's some elemental monuments here. So you're saying they're related to all this? When I investigated the seal last time, I had someone with a vision accompany me. But when we lit up all the elemental monuments, nothing happened.
That's because you don't just need to activate them at the same time, but in a certain order as well. Otherwise, the seal will not be broken. The secret to this puzzle is hidden in the legends about the Archon War. Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. All desolate and devoid of life. Liyue is vast, yet even one haven is hard to find.
To the north, to the east. Do the people of Liyue always talk in riddles?
I think I've heard this saying before.
Certainly you have. And the contents of this saying are also related to the god of salt, to provide a haven for her people, whose lives had been ravaged by the Archon War. This benevolent god searched all across Liyue. At that time, with the chaotic fires of war engulfing the land, even one sliver of peace was a luxury, and that haven she eventually found is right here. Today, it is known as Sal Turai.
How sad then. In the end, this peaceful place was destroyed by Morax.
Okay, enough with these ancient stories. Now that we have the clue, hurry up and break the seal. Whatever happened doesn't matter as long as we can get inside that ruin.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east, Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. With this clue, you...
First, we're gonna take care.
Oh, it's revealed! Guoba, get them!
Your life is mine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take care of these guys first.
Not now.
Okay. Let's not be wet.
Tianheng in the south, Yaoguang in the east,
Fuck you.
Jueyun in the west, Qingce in the north. The directions are the clue. Give it another try.
I mixed up my directions. Listen, Zhongli, directions aren't a strong suit in my family. Yeah, like you said, they're not a...
The seal really was broken. Mr. Zhongli is indeed quite remarkable.
Directions and my family are not.
Now, it's time that people learn the hidden truth lost to time.
God, I really do love this little dragon guy. And he doesn't make an insane amount of noise, unlike some of the little companions that we get. I mean, some of the Sealy ones, I'm like, oh my god, please stop making noise.
Before entering the ruin, I have a proposal that will help us prevent the kind of senseless arguing between you two that we saw at Guyonstone Forest.
Okay. What is it?
I propose you two agree upon a contract. stipulating that we
It was in the
alternate
mail.
who gets claim to each treasure we encounter, with only one object permitted per claim. To show my sincerity, I won't be taking any treasure. This will just be between you all.
Hey! Don't pass an opportunity like this up so easily!
I mean, Paimon, we know how to come back.
I don't agree. I mean, you want me to split the treasure with this amateur archaeologist? No, absolutely not.
I don't agree either. He will only defile the precious relics left behind by the god of salt. I can't accept this.
Well then, if the contract is not agreed upon, I will no longer serve as your consultant on this expedition. You will have to rely on your own experience to find whatever treasures are hidden in this ruin, as well as traps.
You have the audacity to demand this. Okay then. Even half of the treasure in the long-sealed ruin of the God of Salt should be enough to make a fortune.
If you want me to agree upon this contract, so be it. I just have one request, Mr. Zhongli. If we discover the truth behind the God of Salt, you must judge it fairly, even if the truth harms Morax's image.
I can accept this arrangement. Well then, let's go.
Cool. Now.
A keen eye.
The night is cold.
By royal decree.
I'm the frying pan.
It's nothing.
My guiding stars.
Yeah. We should be able to have it. He's really cute. Let's say he doesn't make a lot of noise.
Wealth. Why settle for less than more?
The night is cold.
Oh, it's
we looking at this from? Can't tell where this person is taking this photo angle from. No, I never have like any of the compasses. Okay. I need to make not the treasure compass, but I need to make the hydroculus compass in my main world because I'm missing that extra hydroculus. And A, it just bothers me, but B, I was on Reddit and I know that it's probably like not gonna be a thing, but someone was like, maybe we get these extra oculi because in order to get into Celestia you need like that one extra from each nation, and I don't think that's true, but all of a sudden I was like hit with this fear that is what was gonna happen. And I was like, no. Well, that's fine, because I just have one missing. So I only need it for one time. Because the problem is, like, Mondstadt, you can go and search around for each individual Oculus. Liyue, it would be annoying, but you can. But by the time you get to Fontaine, no.
Are these statues?
No. These are people. They were probably followers of the god of salt.
How did they become this way?
What in the world is hidden deep in this ruin?
Artifacts do I have on her? He brought that up earlier, and that made me... Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure they're...
Solidify! Gather!
Look at this! It's filled halfway with salt.
Just looks like a fancy salt holder. Seems like the god of salt was a god lacking in treasures.
I mean, there's books all over this room. They might be important. You can make a lot of money off old books.
According to my knowledge, it's no ordinary vessel. Although it is only half full, it is also forever half full. That is to say, it is bottomless.
That's gonna be one of the hardest ones to not pull, but I will not be pulling him. Because my main account is already Zhongli Central. He's on like every team. So that's why I've been building my Layla. I'm gonna make her the budget Zhongli. But That one's gonna be hard. I'm debating if even though I have him on my other account, I might pull out the Wanderer on this account, because I don't really use him on my other account. I just have too many characters to be using people regularly. And I do like his travel ability, and since I'm not going to pull Venti on this account, I want to get an equivalent replacement for him. So he's probably the only character that I have on my other account that I am going to pull on this one. I was hoping to get Kanish, but I don't know if that's going to be possible.
What? You're saying that even if I pour the salt out, the amount inside won't change?
Exactly.
Like, I'm guaranteed, I just, like, I don't know if I'll get there.
Able to produce endless salt. The god of salt is powerful indeed.
She's dead.
Finally. After all that effort, I've found precious treasure. I claim this as mine. I just need to pour the endless salt into 1,000 or 10,000 bags. I can sell it and make a fortune.
Hey, how can you use a relic of the god of salt for such a shallow pursuit?
If Mr. Clement wants this salt chalice, then the next object we find will belong to Miss Wanyan, according to the contract agreed upon.
Of course, as we agreed. But how can anything be worth more than this rare find?
Since we have a contract, it's no use for me to fight with him.
Then let's move on, shall we?
Like, seriously, there's books all over here that y'all could... pick up, I mean...
Oh, it's working nice and spicy.
Give up.
My guiding stars. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. The night is cold.
Stabilize.
The one bad thing about Zhongli's skill is that, like, he cannot aim it appropriately.
Just a simple ruler. It doesn't look to be worth anything.
This, if I remember correctly...
Yeah.
This is some kind of measuring tool.
Indeed. But the god of salt imbued it with another power. When you stick
I
this
forgot
ruler
about
in the ground, the surrounding area will become covered in salt, much like a rising tide covers the earth. The deeper it is stuck in the ground, the more salt will appear. It is essentially a bumper harvest of salt.
What? That's even better than the salt chalice!
Well then, according to our contract, the salt ruler goes to Miss
No, unacceptable. I paid for and organized this entire expedition. Why should I get the short end of the stick? And this girl has been useless. Why would she get anything?
Oh boy, here we go again.
So you are saying you want to break the contract?
So what if I break it? Now that I've seen how the mechanisms in this ruin work, I no longer need you.
Do you have a geovision?
Let's not forget who hired who here. Why should I let you make the rules?
Because you agreed to a contract. Rex Lapis once said, "Ones who break their contracts shall suffer the wrath of the rock."
That is one of your Liyue gods. I am from Snezhnaya. I
will suffer the wrath of the rock. You may find it rather unpleasant.
Pay your dues.
Gather! This is order.
By royal decree.
Oh man, this guy is kind of weak sauce. That and their Zhongli has been eating his Wheaties.
Can't run from death.
My Zhongli's
I shall confiscate
giant
your treasure as well.
meatball is not successful.
You are not worthy to continue any further into the ruin. Leave this place.
Oh, darn you! Just you wait.
Some archaeological survey. He could only pretend for so long. Hey, Paimon likes Mora, but Paimon doesn't do bad things.
Yeah.
Clement's wrongdoing
I mean,
stemmed
in
from
general,
greed,
the
yes.
auto attacks
But
will.
besides greed, there are many other things that may tempt us to break contracts. When people see the object of their dreams, how many are really able to control their desire and follow the contract? I think we should be honest with each other now.
Huh? Be honest about what?
That in truth, not a single member of this archaeological expedition came here for archaeology.
Why do you say that?
Miss, you lack even the most basic archaeological knowledge, and can recognize naught but a few simple relics. However, you are an expert when it comes to anything regarding the god of salt. You aren't interested in archaeology or relics. What you're really interested in is the god of salt. I believe those legends about the god of salt that you mentioned on the Pearl Galley are passed down between generations at Yinyuan Hall.
Okay, that's enough. Sir, you are indeed a man of great knowledge and talents. I seem to have been right to seek you out once I plucked up my courage.
You could have just said you're a historian.
You're right.
And it'd be true.
I'm not a scholar of archaeology. I come from one of the 8 trades under the jurisdiction of the Qixing, Yinyuan Hall of the salt industry. Our ancestors were those protected by the god of salt all those years ago, when the Archon War engulfed the land in chaos.
Oh, right! Now that you mention it, the people of Liyue very seldom use the name Morax.
During the war, Morax assassinated our god out of envy for her power. He left us alone and lost in the world. We hate him! But this is Morax's Liyue after all. And its history is written as he wishes. So I seek proof of Morax's guilt. He has blood on his hands and cruelty in his heart. We agreed to a contract that we will face the truth head on, didn't we, Mr. Zhongli? You must judge this history fairly.
Naturally, of course. But I must add, Liyue is no longer Morax's Liyue. Come with me. All the answers you seek lie ahead.
Stabilize!
Oh, I did it again.
Crumble!
Odds revealed! Luma, get them!
Solidify!
Don't waste my time.
decree!
Give up.
Nice and spicy! Not now!
Cool! Mine's a command!
Gather! Order guide you!
The night is cold. Submit!
It's nothing.
This is a sword? Aha! It's a broken sword! This is proof! This proves that the God of Salt had to fight back against the evil Morax. But sadly, she was defeated. The power of this sword surely is much greater than that of the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler. If we can repair the sword, then we can show the world the mighty power of the God of Salt.
It does look like something left behind after being defeated in battle.
2 pieces of a broken sword. From an archaeological perspective, these are 2 separate relics. According to the contract, you can only claim one.
Why? We were alternating claims to treasure, true. But Clement is no longer here.
Yes, but the only one object per claim clause still holds true. You cannot take 2 relics at the same time.
This logic!
Zhongli, she seems like a good person, and no one is fighting over the treasure. How about you let this one slide, huh?
When there's a contract, nothing can be allowed to slide. If the contract is not followed, then it is broken.
No! If I only take 1/2, then it can't be repaired, and the power of the God of Salt cannot be restored.
I mean, Bestie, the God of Salt is dead. You've already said that. Why would you think the power can be restored?
No matter what, I must be faithful to her. Even if it breaks the contract, I don't care.
So you are already decided? Then there is a price to pay for breaking the contract.
Zhongli!
That is to say, you consign yourself to suffer the wrath of the rock.
That's okay. The God of Salt gave up her life to protect her people. My sacrifice is nothing compared to that. Punish me however you want. Just let me take this proof of my faith.
No, you can't hit her!
Perhaps that punishment would be easier for her. But, as punishment, I will tell you the truth.
Huh? The truth? You mean the truth is my punishment?
Yes. The truth that I am about to tell you shall be your price to pay for breaking the contract. I'm afraid to say that the God of Salt, Havria, was not the powerful god you imagine her to be. Rather, she was a small and weak god who yielded to all other gods. When it came to war, she lost, never able to win a seat among the 7.
What?
During the Archon War, the gods of this world used all their strength and cunning to vie for control of Teyvat. But Havria instead chose to flee. She thought that by giving up before a fight could start, she could save herself and her people from the war. However, during such a long war, there is no end to the advances of aggressors. After making countless concessions, Havria lost all of her lands, until only one small haven remained.
No. No! It can't be so.
In her last days, she had not even a single blade to defend her people with.
Not even a single blade? Then... this sword...
This sword is not a relic belonging to the God of Salt, but is instead the murder weapon used to kill her.
Murder weapon? No! That's not true! That can't be true! You're trying to test my faith in the god of salt.
As I said before, I only state the facts.
Preposterous! You are a follower of Morax. Don't try to trick me.
It is sad.
Hey, come back!
Indeed. Otherwise, why would I use the truth as punishment? I did not want to tell her such cruel facts. But the contract was broken. Let's follow her deeper into the ruin. There, I fear, we will find something that will leave her no choice but to face the truth.
Are these statue thingies running? What will we find ahead?
Salt. And betrayal.
What are all these? What did they see? What did they do? What happened?
Since you do not trust me, let us continue onward. That which lies beyond this door will show you all that happened back then. This is the scene of the crime. Havria's body dissipated, leaving nothing but these traces of salt. Her dying moments have since been frozen in time to this very day. The story continues that some among her people realized at last that this gentle, kind, but weak god could never protect anyone in wartime. The Archon War was cruel in the extreme. Instead of consigning her to the agony of defeat, they thought perhaps it would be better to give her a quick release.
But what about these statue thingies?
No matter how weak the god, the power that flows forth when they are slain is beyond the strength of mortal coils to bear. Those who could not flee were thus transformed. Those of her people who were untouched by this disaster left for Liyue, where they sought refuge with Rex Lapis. Their descendants feared Havria's remnants and lived in terror that she had laid upon them an eternal curse. So they risked their lives to come here, to break the sword and offer up obeisances in hopes that her anger might be appeased. But they need not have done so. For how could a god who had never once resisted, even till the end, nurse hatred for her people in her heart?
Even if this is so, I can't. This must be a lie. A false history, all of it. Don't you dare try to shake my faith.
Yikes. Zhongli didn't show any mercy this time either.
I mean, sometimes the truth hurts, but like, wouldn't you rather know the truth than go on? I mean, it's clear she wasn't living a super happy life constantly thinking about the god of salt. Like, she was kind of dedicating her life to this. Wouldn't you rather be able to kind of move on? And like, you can still have faith in your former god of salt. Like, this doesn't, it's not like Zhongli was like, yeah, she was actually a really bad person and she killed all these people. Like, he was like, no, like, she just wasn't as powerful as the other gods and her people didn't want her to suffer.
This is the price she must pay. Yet I would not call it a bad thing. Judging by how she appeared, I fear that she will struggle for a time. But even if she may not escape that struggle immediately, simply recognizing the truth is good enough for now. No, indeed. How sharp of you. Yet this is not a matter of wisdom, only age. Faith in a god who has already passed will do you no good. So it is for Havria. And so it is for Morax also. All right then. Now, would you like to accompany me in taking a trip to Guyonstone Forest?
Huh? What do you want to do, Zhongli?
Treading old ground, telling old stories. One cannot help but be reminded of old acquaintances.
This is such a creepy place if you think about it, like all of the statues and stuff. It's pretty disturbing. I know people talk about like some of the other really creepy places, because there are a lot, but like... Man, this is pretty. Like, this is her body. Like, that's it. And, like, it's also said from the standpoint that, like, yeah, in some ways, I suppose you might call it a betrayal. Like, her people are the ones who killed her, but in other ways, like, they did have a point that it was probably the only mercy they could offer her. You know, like... I don't know, it's hard to tell because, like, theoretically, we just don't know. If she hadn't stood in any opposition, we just don't know if Zhongli would have had... I mean, he probably would have had to have done something. I mean, we know about some other gods who were able to... who just gave up their powers. Like Guoba. But, like, I don't know how feasible that was in this situation. I guess technically, so this wouldn't have been out at the time, but we do know that, like, Celestia didn't just require them to kill the other gods. Like, we do know that, obviously, Sumeru, she didn't, like, Celestia didn't, like, freak out or anything that there were 3 gods. Oh my god, just leave me alone.
Not now.
But no, it wouldn't have been out at the time. I don't even know if they would have had this storyline written at the time of Deshret and Nabi Malakatu and Rupa Devata all coexisting.
Now,
but we know it was
I mentioned
possible,
before
but like,
that many gods of old have been sealed beneath the Guyan stone forest.
what reason would Zhongli have had to let her continue on in his territory? But also, like, there were just a ton of gods in Liyue, so like, she probably just would have been killed by some
The
of the
Adepti
others.
have presently handed Liyue over to mortals, and Havria's time was even further in the past. The Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler that she left behind should not return to Liyue. To leave them here is to let them slumber. And it is also a homecoming.
Why wouldn't we just leave them in Saltaire?
I ended an era with my own two hands. I've always wondered how I should remember that which I ended. History records, but history may be changed. This incident proved that. Time is a mighty force, and history's twist in its flow. I need to find a better way of recording history in order to engrave its truth.
I've seen that. I don't know if I'm convinced on it. I don't know. I mean, I think if it comes out that that is what happened, it's just gonna go back to the erosion thing. I don't think it fits in with his currently existing character for him to have killed her in a malicious way. And also, like, she was an Adepti, so it's not like she was in the way of his power. I mean, I guess if she'd turned around to kill him and, like, take his power and become the god, but we just don't have any reason to believe that if he did kill her, it was a malicious thing. So my guess would be if that is what they go with, it'll be like she, like, was falling to erosion, or someone did something to her, or it was an accident. Like, I don't know, but I don't think they'll... I just don't know if I see them going that route.
Stone carvings were one such ancient method, but unchanging stone, immovable earth, even one such as myself. Someday we may all disappear.
Yeah, I just don't think that... I think people are maybe reading too much into that. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be very wrong, but I don't personally feel like... I feel like there is way more evidence to be like she was an Adepti, like any of the other Adepti. I just don't feel like the evidence provided for the Guizhong as the Chenyu Vale god is compelling. I just don't. I feel like it's very conspiracy theory-esque. I don't personally find that to be very compelling. I find that to be even way less compelling than Zhongli killed her. Because I think if we go the Zhongli... Yeah, I don't believe the Chenyu Vale god is Guizhong. I'm not even sure if they'll ever go into who the god was, because, like, if they were going to, why would they just... Unless they have some overarching plan to, for some reason, include Chenyu Vale in the main story, why would they not have named the god if they were interested in naming the god and telling us who it was? Now, to some extent, I do find it a little weird that they didn't name the god, but, like, yeah, I I don't see any compelling evidence that she was in any way involved in it or anything like that. And like, if she was, I felt like that would have been a way better story to go with than the one we like. I liked the story we got, but like, I feel like if they were going to go the Guizhong is the god of Chen Yuvale, they would have made that the storyline for Chen Yuvale. They wouldn't have done this. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a conspiracy theory that people are reading a little too much into.
Zhongli.
Therefore, I thought of you, traveler. You are one who crosses the celestial atlas, and who passes through countless worlds. If our history is engraved in your memory, it will one day accompany you into another world.
Which then also makes you think, how long has this guy been going by Zhongli? But then I guess we also have to think about how long has Venti been going by Venti. You have to question, like, how long have they been going by these names? Well, and Zhongli has talked about, like, taking other forms. I think he talked about taking the form of a woman once. So it's even more like, how long has he been using Zhongli?
As long as a traveler like you is able to record what happened, then a backup of sorts will exist for times and tides of Teyvat.
Sounds like tough work.
Now then, it is time that we consigned both the Salt Chalice and Salt Ruler to the sea.
Huh? Why do we need to throw them into the sea?
As I said before, this is the place to which the remnants of many bygone gods are consigned.
See, and I guess I'm going to disagree with him on his... He commented it earlier about why follow a god that's gone, is dead. And I know, obviously, his perspective is he kind of wants leeway to move on from Morax, but, like, I just don't see that being realistic. Yeah, I don't know why his name is, like, I don't think they've ever explained his name, and, like, I don't know. But no, I just don't think that's realistic, and I don't... I mean, then what's the point of keeping around any culture once the culture is gone? Like, I disagree with his stance on that. And I'm also like, why would we not have just left the goods there? Because you can't tell me it's because he's worried about Clement, the Fatui guy, going back, because, like, those are not the only treasures there. We already know that sword has been left there. So, like, if Clement wanted to go back, he could go all by himself and take any number of things. So you can't tell me it's that. So I don't get why he didn't just set them down with Havaria's remains and walk away and be like, okay, like, and then just bring us up here for a chat. I don't get why we have to throw them away. Like, I don't know. I feel like this whole stance on, like, the culture, the god is gone, move on to the future, I just don't fully agree with it. And I'm not religious. So it's not even like I would never move on from my religion thing. Like, I don't have a religion.
This includes Osial, Overlord of the Vortex, who the Jade Chamber most recently returned to this ocean prison. Thousands of years ago, the Adepti and I fought against the turmoil that plagued every corner of this land. Guyan Stone Forest, where I sealed many gods with my spears.
I mean, it's
After
salt.
so long, naught but folk tales remain. Oh, Sile, you and I were foes. But our ancient grudge is but a bygone memory now.
I wouldn't say bygone memory, considering he did just try to...
May that which Havria has left behind
kill
be
the
yours to
whole
subsume.
nation. Yeah. I don't know, I just...
And thus another spark of divinity departs from Liyue.
Also, like, what's to stop people from
My
finding it at the
legacy
bottom
shall
of
now
the
be
sea?
left to
I
those
don't
who
know.
come after to debate.
Maybe I just have strong feelings on it. I don't...
I'm Chevreuse, captain of Fontaine's special...
Hi, Chevreuse. I probably won't be building her because I am building her on my main account. For my Clorinde. Alright. Oh, and we're going to have to wait to do Zhongli's second part. Which is probably good because I think I need to not do Zhongli stuff for a while. What time is it? Alright, on to Tart Boy, I guess. I think I'm gonna do him and Ganyu tonight. It is 11:30 here. So I think I'm gonna do Tartaglia and Ganyu tonight. And then leave the next 5 for tomorrow. How does that sound for a plan? And I can't remember, and maybe, I don't know if you've done her quest. Does Jin Yun's quest make you go to Chenyu Vale? It's hard because I did it also at the same time as Chenyu Vale came out, and so I can't remember if in her actual story quest she goes there. Because if her actual story quest has her go there, I'll wait until I come back and do Chenyu Vale. Maybe I'll look. Let me look. Okay. I'll have to look that up. Because, I mean, I have the waypoints open, but in the interest of keeping things in semi-order. No, they don't go. Okay, that was the Lantern Rite event. It's so hard because I did them at the same time. And so I can't, like, it all kind of got mixed up together of what was Lantern Rite and what was her story quest. It is me, Ningguang. Tell me what your problems are.
Be on your guard, traveler. Now is no time for sightseeing.
Bessie, we're fine.
Why is that? Has something happened?
Yes. As unusual as this may sound, numerous eyewitness reports have confirmed an active Ruin Guard presence in this area, even though this is far beyond their normal area of activity. Sergeant sent someone to find out just where these ancient machines might have come from. It appears that they simply left their ruin and marched off all of a sudden, for no clear reason.
So did somebody wake them up?
As I say, the reason is still unclear. We have very little intelligence at present. Moreover, the ruin in question is of the especially spooky variety. Strange noises are often heard coming from within.
Well, probably because there's rune guards.
As such, we are not permitted to investigate until the order comes through from headquarters. In any case, the only sensible strategy in the meantime is to increase Millelith patrols. We must not let innocent civilians come to harm.
That's a good point. Ruin guards are probably pretty dangerous for regular folk.
Wow. I'm very grateful indeed for the offer, but it just wouldn't be worth the risk.
Oh, don't worry about that. This one beats up ruin guards for breakfast.
The self-confidence of young people is an extraordinary thing. Well, if you're genuinely offering, I did see some ruin guard footprints on the hillside, but since then I've been too busy warning passers-by to investigate myself.
Oh my god. I might only make it through the Tartaglia one. Or I might have to move back closer to the screen with my glasses off again. I never do I should get into the habit, especially in this account, of going and like daily killing monsters, but I just never do.
Footprints, eh? Interesting. We'll take the case.
While the Millelith stands guard, evil shall never prevail. On behalf of the Millelith, I salute you, traveler. You have my gratitude. I will rendezvous with you once I have finished my patrol.
I can't remember my opinions on this quest.
This footprint is huge. It has to be the one that guy was talking about. And here's another one. Yep. Seems the ruin guards did come out for a walk after all. The trail of ruin guard footprints leads us here to... Ah! A ruin guard! Over there! My guiding star!
Odds revealed! Booba, get them!
Give up!
Well, it's so much easier now than it was back in the day to do farming.
Your life is mine.
Don't be scared.
Shadow Raven, let night fall! Nice and spicy! You're toast!
Don't waste my time.
Well, that's one down. Let's keep looking around. Maybe we'll find some more.
Oh, I see one.
Hey you! Check this out! Isn't it awesome? What is he wearing?
I've never seen one this close before. Have you ever seen one? Excuse me. His name is Mr. Cyclops, actually. What sort of dumb name is Ruin Guard?
Mr. Cyclops? Aw, that's cute! Wait, what? Do people seriously call them that?
Yep, my brother said so. And he's the best toy seller in the whole world.
It's his job to sell this kind of stuff.
I feel like Childe also needs to take some House of the Hearth lessons on lying. Because, like, he could have very easily come up with a lie that would have lasted longer than this one will last with his brother. Like, presumably, eventually, Teucer is gonna, at the very least, find out that these are called rune guards and not Mr. Cyclops. And that they are dangerous. Like, but also, I personally think it's a bad lie to tell because, like, what are you gonna do if your brother comes across one in the wild and it tries to kill him? Because he's sitting there like a lame duck. Like, I feel like there's so many other lies he could have come up with to tell Teucer about what he did. And he had to pick the one that falls apart so easy. And heck, even if he just didn't include I just think telling Teucer that the rune guards were a toy was a bad idea.
Right now, he's at the Institute for Toy Research in Liyue. That's where Mr. Cyclops has come from. It's always nice to meet someone else who likes toys. So tell me, where'd you get your toy from? Must be a pretty new kind, huh? I've never seen one that can fly and talk before.
Yeah, Paimon is not a toy.
Greetings. Have you found anything? Oh. A child? What's the situation here?
And also, like I know that Childe presumably couldn't have known that his brother was going to sneak all the way to Liyue to see him, but, like, especially if you're wanting to keep the lie going for a semi-significant amount of time, you know, you're wanting to keep the dream alive, which is Childe's whole thing. Like, again, why would you involve a lie that makes up things like the Liyue Toy Institute? Like, why would you include super easily disproved things? Like, what would you do if he showed up and everyone turned around and was like, that's not that doesn't exist? Like, what? I don't know. I feel like Childe just, and some of it's because he's young, and so, like, probably impulsive and came up with it on the spot, but, like, I feel like he just picked a really, really bad lie. Like, there's so many better things he could have lied about. Really, any other type of merchant. You know, he could have, the bank, he could have been like, yeah, I work for the bank. Because he does, technically. The Adventurers Guild, he just could have told his brother he was an adventurer. That would have been easy, and that's a cool thing. Like, little kids probably think adventurers are cool. Like, there's so much better lies.
We just, found him.
You shouldn't be out here, boy. There are killing machines in the area. It's extremely dangerous.
Killing machines? You mean ones that look like this?
Precisely. And including this one. It's not moving now, but if it were to wake up, the consequences would be...
You take that back! Mr. Cyclops is not a killing machine. He's one of the good guys.
Mr. Cyclops?
We shouldn't be talking to this guy. If he's saying mean things about Mr. Cyclops, he's definitely a bad man.
Yeah, I can remember why people thought Teucer was really annoying.
I'm just trying to help. I've always been hopeless at dealing with children.
Well then, why don't you get back to your normal job and leave us to do the babysitting?
It seems I have no other choice. Very well. I will continue with my patrol. Please escort the child to somewhere safe. It's much too dangerous here.
The mighty Mr. Cyclops scared off the bad guys once again!
My name's Tusser. I came all the way from Snezhnaya to look for my brother in Liyue. But I'm all on my own, and I don't know where to find him.
You came all the way from Snezhnaya?
Oh, I think this is the part where I give you this. Here you go.
What is it? Looks heavy. What the?
My brother said I should take it with me. He said, find a nice person to give this to, and they will take good care of Tusser.
Your brother makes a good point. Still, it's hard to believe you made it all this way armed with nothing but a few bags of Mora. Your family must be super rich. Paimon never knew you could make so much Mora from selling toys.
Yay! Thanks, nice lady. All right, now we gotta make a pinky promise. You make a pinky promise, you keep it all your life. You break a pinky promise, I throw you on the ice. The cold will kill the pinky that once betrayed your friend. The frost will freeze your tongue off so you never lie again.
Wow, that one nursery rhyme kinda says all you need to know about Snezhnayan culture. Well, if we weren't your babysitters before, we sure as heck are now. But where should we look for your brother? Great idea! Alright, off we go!
All right! Finally, now I get to see my brother!
Yeah, he really is annoying. I don't remember feeling annoyed by him the first go-round. But I felt it a little there. I did.
That seems a little inappropriate, don't you think, sir? How can you...
Relax. Once in a while can't hurt. It'll be fine.
Huh? What is he doing here?
Yay, my brother! I found you!
I know that voice. Why, if it isn't my little brother Tusser! My goodness! What a nice surprise, Tusser. I thought I would have to wait till I return home before seeing you again. How are the others? Sister Tonia and Brother Anthon? Is everybody keeping well?
They miss you a lot. Tonia prays for you every day at dinner.
Wait a second. What are you doing here in Liyue, Tusser? How have I not heard anything about this?
Well, what happened was, I saw a boat that looked like it was selling toys, so obviously I thought you were on board. And then, when I got off, I just kept walking and walking, and then I found a Mr. Cyclops. Mr. Cyclops scared off a bad guy, and then I found this nice lady to help me come look for you.
And also, Tusser is Child's brother? Cool. Suddenly Paimon doesn't feel so bad about taking Tusser's money.
Tusser, what you did was extremely dangerous. I'm so happy to see you, really I am, but please, promise me you won't do anything like this ever again.
Okay, I promise. Please don't be mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. I just care about your safety, that's all. If you hadn't met these nice people, things could have been a lot more dangerous for you, Tusser. I hope you said a big thank you to them.
Yep, I always remember my pleases and thank yous.
Oh, so you did notice we were here. You were just ignoring us. Gotcha.
Forgive me, it's always family first where I'm from. Don't take it personally. I know we've had our differences up to now, but a few minor quibbles aside, we get on quite well, don't you think? Come on, you know I'm just a pawn and all that, just doing my part. As for who wins, who loses, and how each side deals with the consequences, I prefer to leave all that up to the ones playing the game. I'm much more interested in who wins and who loses when it comes to our little sparring matches.
Sounds like you're ready to get your butt kicked again.
Ha! You're forgetting something about me. I, Tartaglia, spend every second getting stronger. Don't expect to have it quite so easy next time.
Whoa. You aren't gonna fight now, are you?
Not in front of the child, no.
Maybe not right now. Not while my kid brother is watching.
Oh, I wouldn't want to embarrass you in front of him.
Why do you want to fight the nice lady? Are you guys enemies?
Kind of.
No, not at all. Allow me to formally express my sincerest gratitude for taking care of my darling brother. His safety matters very much to me.
So anyway, Paimon has a question. Tooster said something about you being a toy seller. What's that all about? Aren't you supposed to be one of the Fatui's harbor...
Yes, about that. Shh, look. I only told him that so that he'll look up to me. In the eyes of a child, working with toys must be the best job imaginable, right?
Maybe I'm just a child apologist, but I don't, like... I feel like... How do I express this? I feel like there's characters who have done way worse things than Child. That people accept. And I mean, if you're really thinking about it, Zhongli was like real chill with what happened. Like, clearly he didn't care. He wasn't that concerned. And Child has a point that, like, he's kind of just a pawn in all this, and I also have to question his mental state considering how young he was when he went into the abyss versus there's characters who are much, much older than him who have done what I would consider to be far worse than him. And the Traveler seems to have, like, no issue with them. And also, the Traveler, like, by the time you get to Fontaine, the Traveler very clearly has no issue with him either. Because this is something that came up when people were discussing the fact that, like, the Traveler was all mad at Linny for not revealing he was a Fatui, but we were, like, friends with Child. And I was like, well, listen, there's some major differences here. Like, Child was pretty straight up with us that he was a harbinger. Now, obviously, there were some things he was, like, kind of hiding, but also that's a little bit on us for us just accepting that he wasn't real suspicious. Also, like, at the time of becoming friends with Child, our relation with the Fatui, like, at that point, nobody had been killed by the Fatui or anything. Like, we hadn't had that all happen. And so I felt like that made it way different about Child versus Linny. Like, I wasn't mad at Linny. I wasn't upset. I was like, please just go back to being friends with him. But I was kind of like, it makes sense why the Traveler doesn't care as much about Child being Fatui because, like, it's an already accepted thing. But no, I personally feel that if we can have good relationships with characters like the Wanderer, like the Raiden Shogun, who else? I don't know. There's a couple characters along those lines that I'm like, they just kind of weren't nice people, but we're still friends with them, so why couldn't we be friends with Childe?
I don't want my family to have anything to do with the Fatui's, or should I say Snezhnaya's, darker side. The older ones already know that I serve the Tsaritsa. But Tusser is still so young, and in his eyes, as I was saying, I remain Snezhnaya's greatest expatriate toy seller, currently attached to the Liyue branch of our Institute for Toy Research.
That's right! My brother's the greatest! He's Mr. Cyclops' bestest friend!
Just humor me in front of Tusser, if you would be so kind.
Didn't he, though? In a way. At least I don't have an issue with Lenny. I just also don't have an issue with Childe. And I was like, Lisa, I think a big part of it is like the timing of things and the events that had occurred leading up to each of the friendship. But again, okay, Zhongli, like, that was the plan. So I have a hard time being super upset with Childe when, like, Zhongli was kind of like manipulating this to make that happen in a way, and the Traveler's like real chill with Zhongli. I don't know. I guess I just don't care that much.
Ekaterina, I will deal with the issue of that outstanding payment right away.
Hey, slinking off, are we?
But Master Childe, would it not be a little improper to ask you to deal with debt collection?
A bet is a bet, isn't it? And if you lose a bet with an agent, well, you might as well get a little exercise out of it.
Are you going off to sell toys now?
That's right. As much as I'd love to catch up a little longer, Tusser, duty calls. I'm sure Miss Nice Lady here will be happy to keep you company while I'm out, though.
Why wouldn't you have Ekaterina watch him? I mean, I know that Childe clearly seems to, at this point, have friendly feelings towards us, but wouldn't it make more sense to, like, have someone like Ekaterina who would probably be much more willing to play along and would know about Snezhnaya, take care of him, and also then you could keep him in the bank where he can't run off to make friends with Mr. Cyclops? I'm still a little like, Childe, why would you like bring the Rune Guards into this? I don't get it.
So we still need to keep babysitting for you?
Sure! I really like this lady. And anyway, she made a pinky promise to take good care of me.
Ah, well, it sounds like Tusser really likes you, and that you've already made a pinky promise to take good care of him anyway. Then I'm in your debt. Here, take this as Tusser's entertainment fund. I want him to have a good time while he's in Liyue, so take him anywhere he wants. If need be, you may find me by the river near Qingshu Pool. I'll see you both around.
New mail. God, I really seem to be pulling the 4 stars. Well, I got 3 in a row on, I can't remember if it was this account or one of my other ones. I think it was my main account then. I got 3 4-stars, like, back to back.
Looks like we'll be hanging out with Child's kid brother for a while.
So, where are we going to play first?
How about we start with the toy store?
God, I wish. I've only gotten it the one time, and it was my very first 5-star pull. I got Mona and Klee.
What are those super colorful winged things? They're called kites. The kids in Liyue love them.
Hello there, dear. You look like you've come a very long way. Let Granny guess. From what you're wearing, I would say... Snezhnaya.
That's right. How do you play with these kite things, Granny?
When the wind picks up, you let out the string, and whoosh! The kite will fly into the air, up, and away.
Wow, that's amazing! Do you have any Mr. Cyclops ones?
Chooser, please stop embarrassing
Mr.
us.
Cyclops? I'm sorry,
I want to fly Mr. Cyclops high into the sky so all the kids can get to know him.
Well, I can do custom builds, but I'll need some amount of reference material.
Will this picture do? I drew it myself. I bring it with me everywhere.
I'll manage. Still, I must warn you that custom builds can really be quite expensive.
Oh, we gotta pull up the... I'm gonna pull up the thing to tell me how much I can gouge this price for. Or not gouge, but the opposite.
We should be fine. Child was pretty generous with that entertainment fund. But then again, throwing money around willy-nilly is, kinda irresponsible. Well, so, yes, technically speaking, these funds are earmarked for Tooser's entertainment. But if there's any left over when we're done, either way, it's time to talk prices.
Fine. I've neither the time nor energy to bargain with you at my age. I suppose this price will do.
Thanks, Granny.
Worry not. Just leave it to me.
For our next stop, why don't we head to One Man Restaurant? It would be a mighty crying shame to come all the way to Liyue and never try the food.
Please don't bring up Mr. Cyclops.
Hello, welcome. Table for 3?
This restaurant has a really choking smell.
A choking smell? Oh, you must be referring to our signature spicy chili scent.
Spicy chili? But I can't eat spicy food.
Oh, what a pity. A person who can't eat spicy food misses out on half of life's joys.
Is it really that bad?
My meals have to have lots and lots of sugar, and the oil has to be extra virgin vegetable oil. Wow, we've got a real rich kid on our hands. Looks like Wanmin Restaurant's dishes aren't to Tooser's taste. Maybe we should go somewhere else.
Will that be all? Any more special requests?
What do you mean, Chef Now?
Giving the people what they want is the very reason Wanmin Restaurant exists. If I thought for 1 second that I couldn't make a dish to satisfy this child's taste, I would have absolutely no business calling myself a chef ever again.
Whoa, there seems to be a lot of professional pride riding on this. Then we'll leave it to you, Chef Now. We'll be eating here after all. Sure.
But let me say this first. Special requests are going to cost you more than normal. Of course, we aren't going to demand prices anywhere near as exorbitant as the likes of Lily Pavilion or Sunya Kiosk.
Is it just Paimon? Or are premium custom orders in fashion lately? Still, surely there must be a little room for negotiation, right?
Done. I'll go prepare the food then.
Great! It's time for a nice meal!
Please sit wherever you like. Your food will be with you shortly.
I'm not gonna completely shortchange him. I'll give him a respectable amount.
Ugh. It was a little too sweet. Paimon feels a little sick. I thought it was just right. Almost exactly like how my sister Tonya makes it. But this doesn't feel right somehow. Didn't we bring Tooser here to try Liyue's specialties? Whatever. So where do you want to go next, Tooser? I was so caught up looking for my brother when I first got here that I didn't get a good look around. Good idea! The hustle and bustle at the wharf is a specialty of Liyue Harbor, too. Waves here always like this? Don't they ever freeze? Given Liyue's climate, the area around the harbor's mouth probably never gets cold enough to freeze. Paimon is kind of the traveler's exclusive personal tour guide. But since this is a special occasion, Paimon can make an exception to help Tooser get to know the place. This place is Liyue's commercial hub, and it's been the biggest port in the Seven Nations ever since it was decided that Liyue would take on the world through trade. Other than merchant vessels, many fishing boats and industrial transports dock here to replenish their, fishery supplies and daily necessities, which, thanks to the immense throughput capacity of the wharf, yeah. Paimon can't remember how the rest goes anyway. Well, guess Paimon will just have to explain this Paimon style. So this harbor is like Tevat's mouth, and it's the biggest mouth you've ever seen. All the nations float their boats over the sea into the mouth. The harbor goes nom 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 and has a taste of each boat and the cargo it has on board. Then Liyue Harbor rubs its big round belly in satisfaction because it's all stuffed full of delicious mora. Hey, what's that big metal hook over there? I want to see. Wait, Tooser, don't run off. After all that, he wasn't even listening.
It's an anchor.
That metal hook is huge, and it gets bigger the closer we get. This is an anchor. Docked ships use it to hold themselves in position, to stop the wind and waves from blowing them away. An anchor. Got it. But I think I might get it mixed up with Commodore Hook. Commodore Hook? Is this another one of your weird toy names? My brother always sends me a really big toy for my birthday. Commodore Hook, Black Steel Jack, Iron Tony. We keep them all in our backyard. Yeah, and that's why I can't bring them with me all the time. It's a shame.
Wow, using Fatui funds for personal gain? To think Snezhnaya would let their harbingers do that. All for some giant toys. But suddenly, it doesn't seem so strange that Tusser would treat a ruin guard as a giant toy.
But my favorite has to be Mr. Cyclops. Even though I mostly came here to see my brother, the other big thing I wanted to do was play with Mr. Cyclops. Oh, are they selling fish over there? Let's have a look.
Hey! Quick!
Yeah, clearly Tusser's not got a lot of role. I mean, to put it in perspective, A, Tusser's managed to make it all the way to this country, but B, Child's parents did kind of lose him in the forest where he got taken to the abyss. And then they let him get recruited by the Fatui. I'm not sure the Snezhnayan parenting is high quality.
Small.
Hey, whose fish are you calling small? Little kids shouldn't go around ruining others' business.
He's just a curious kid. No need to get worked up. That said, these fish are actually pretty big by Paimon standards. Just how big are the ones you're used to, Tusser?
Maybe 200 times your size?
Why does Snezhnaya have giant fish?
There are legends in my hometown about it. It's supposed to be a super delicious fish.
So it's not real.
I told my brother about it, and he went out to sea to catch one for me. A few days later, he returned with a humongous fish slung over his shoulder. Anthon and I were so happy.
Okay, maybe it is, but where did he get it?
Are you sure that was a fish? Paimon thinks it sounds more like some sort of leviathan.
Hey, Miss Nice Lady, let's go over there to see the boats.
What's wrong, Tusser? Are you tired? You don't seem so happy.
I miss my brother.
What? But we were just with him.
Yeah, but for such a short time that it doesn't count. Take me to see my brother. I don't want to play anymore.
Yep. You can have all the patience in the world, but it won't help you at a time like this. Well, we've played with Tusser long enough, haven't we? Paimon thinks we've tried our best here. Child said that he'd be by the river near Chinshu Pool. Why don't we look for him there?
Yay! Let's go! Let's go!
We're on round 2 of taking my headset off. I think tomorrow when I play, I might just have to do it like this the whole time. I mean, I took a nap and everything, so I don't know why my eyes hurt so bad. Well, I do. Okay, let's not play around here. I have eyes strain. That's what it
There's
is.
Child. Wait, he's talking to the treasure hoarders?
You know what I'm here for, I trust.
Oh, you got lip. Making us guess, are you? If you want to join up, let me just say this first. Dandy kid like you ain't welcome.
Oh, what a commendable imagination. Well, in the Tsaritsa's name, I suppose I should forgive you country bumpkins for your ignorance. For I am...
Brother! brother. That's so cool. I've always wanted to watch you work.
Why would you let him go? Like, why would Traveler not grab him and be like, you know?
Well, why, yes, of course. For I am, the greatest toy salesman in Snezhnaya.
So cool.
Huh? You playing games, pretty boy?
So, will you buy or not? The toys that Snezhnaya produced 3 months ago will run you, yes, 600,000 mora, to be paid in full.
Toys? And how much money?
Wow. Is that what it's gonna cost to fix that head of yours?
Look at that! Spreading joy and laughter to everyone! That's what toy selling's all about!
I'll say it again. Toys from Snezhnaya, 3 months prior, 600,000 mora paid in full.
Yeah, no. Sorry, sales boy. The same joke isn't funny twice. Or were you always cruising for a bruising?
All right then. I'll make things a little easier for you. I'll join the treasure hoarders. Perhaps you'll be more willing to pay when we're brothers in arms?
Would you listen to yourself? You think we just let any old person into the treasure hoarders? I'm not so sure you could hack it.
Well then, why don't you put me to the test, dear seniors? I like to think of myself as quite talented in the field of treasure hunting.
Looks like you're not gonna pack it up until someone packs you in. All right then. Show us what you got. Truth be told, we've set up a shop here because there's a fine little loot cave nearby. But the treasure hasn't been easy to get at. We've been at it for 2 days now. If you think you're up to snuff, why don't you have a crack at it on our behalf? Of course, that means that once you got it, it's ours. Don't try to sneak off with the prize now.
Come on. If we can't do it, do you really think this guy stands a chance?
An initiation test, eh? Interesting. It's been a while since I've been assessed by someone else.
The loot's on the opposite cliff. We're gonna hang back here and watch the show.
Huh, no problem. Don't blink, though, or you might miss it. I could get used to this.
Need up higher. I used to be so bad at these,
A keen eye.
flight challenges. It's hilarious.
Well, I have the goods. Here you go. So how'd I do? Pretty well, I'd say.
Brother, what do we do? This fellow isn't normal.
Please, hold on a moment, sir. We need to discuss something amongst ourselves. He ain't here for an initiation. He just wanted to show off.
Honestly, we'd be no match for him if he wanted to fight.
Guys, do you think that maybe we're being robbed?
I don't know. surely he wouldn't have come here all dressed up like that if he was only after us. Unless, maybe his words have hidden meaning.
Snezhnaya, 3 months, 600,000. Oh, I get it. It was insider talk. I remember that the boss took out a 600,000 more loan from that Snezhnayan bank about 3 months ago, and still hasn't repaid it.
So this guy must be the debt collector. But why didn't he just say so? What's with all the toy talk?
And that's where you're still green. See, in a lot of professions like this, people speak in code to protect the privacy of their business partners and clients.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in the original version, I wouldn't have been around. And I don't remember from when I played it, I probably wasn't paying attention to what bow he was using, because I've never had any plans to wish for him, much less his bow. I don't know, Child has such a weird play style of, like, you need to time it and stuff like that I've never been interested in going for him.
Makes sense. Owing money is pretty embarrassing.
This guy isn't one to mess with, I tell you. He's a professional. Way too professional.
So, Mr. Salesman, my apologies, but we can't have you joining us.
Oh? I didn't pass? I must say, I never imagined that the treasure hoarders would have such strict entry requirements.
No, it's not that. What we mean is that you're too big a fish for our little pond. But we fully understand the situation with the, toys, sir. We'll fetch that 600,000 for you right away.
I see. Well then, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. We get paid, and everyone stays happy. A wonderful outcome, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Couldn't agree more, sir.
That's my brother for you. Toy sellers are so cool.
Ah, Master Child, you're here. A new batch of fresh recruits have just...
Hey now, keep your voice down. Can't you see I'm entertaining some clients over here?
Clients? Well, anyway, the Motherland has dispatched a new batch of recruits to Liyue. They've just arrived, and I'm afraid we must trouble you to speak to them.
Do I have to? Now is hardly the best time.
I must apologize for troubling you, Master Child, but they are already waiting for you south of Lingju Pass. Every new batch of recruits must be baptized by the Tsaritsa's will, through the words of her harbingers. This has always been our rule. At present, Master Child, you are the only harbinger in Liyue. Please, everyone is standing in formation and waiting for you to bestow this honor upon them.
Make them wait a couple hours standing. It'll be good practice.
Well, all right then, I'll go. Just give me a moment to catch up with my brother, and I'll be right with you.
Do you have to keep working?
Yes, Tooser. We have a group of new toy sellers fresh in from the Motherland, and I need to go teach them the ropes.
Wow, that's great! When I grow up, I want to be a toy seller too. Can I go listen?
I'm afraid you're still too young, Tooser. I'm not sure if you'd understand much of it, and most of it's rather boring anyhow. Why don't you go play with the Traveler instead? Sound good?
Yeah.
Please, I'll compensate you.
But...
I really do have to go now, Tooser. A lot of people are waiting to see me. I'll see you around, all right?
This would be the time for Child to be like, yeah, this is what happens when you come over unplanned.
Child really dotes on his brother, but now he's gotta ditch him again. Must be a really tough job. Yeah, you're right. He hasn't done himself any favors with the whole toy seller cover story.
'Cause it's so stupid.
To think he'd go this far just to prevent his family from seeing his dark side. Maybe. But he has good intentions, doesn't he? Wait. Where's Tooser? We were too busy chatting. Where'd he go? Seems likely. Tooser did seem really eager to hear his brother's speech. Either way, let's head over there first.
And I didn't want to, because I tend to be that person that, like, if everyone is saying, like, oh, I hated this character, they were so annoying, I always, like, maybe it's the contrarian in me, but I always want to be like, no, I actually liked them. But I just don't have it in me with Tooser.
Tooser, so you did come here. Shh, quiet. My brother's giving his speech.
From this day forward, you will honor the oaths you have made to Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, and you will stop at nothing to bring Snezhnaya victory. You shall sweep through this land like the icy winds of the furthest north, as strong as the hoarfrost of Zepelyarny Palace. You will chill the very marrow in our enemies' bones. Her Majesty expects of you loyalty, ruthlessness, and meticulousness, for the trials that we face are harsh, and our enemies are like... like kites and rattle drums, who shall become redoubtable foes of Mr. Cyclops in the marketplaces of Liyue.
Uh-huh. Kites are really fun, too.
This is, of course, an analogy. As they say, the marketplace, too, is a battlefield. So as your sales manager here in Liyue, I demand that you obey my every order. A refusal shall be considered a betrayal, and the price for betrayal is to be dishonorably discharged from the Liyue Institute of Toy Research.
Whoa, that's really strict. Won't people be really sad if they get fired from the Institute?
Huh? Seeking to please everyone pleases no one at all. Time to try something else. Forget it. Perhaps a round of hands-on training will suit us better.
Hands-on training?
After all, a strong body is the proof of one's capacity.
Hey, did he just say that we're doing hands-on training?
A Harbinger wants to spar with us personally? Well, what an honor!
I can't believe it. Are recruits like us really worthy?
Am I hearing a hint of objection to this idea?
Not at all, sir!
That's the spirit. Now come at me, you lot!
You'll get frostbite.
Stay right there.
Not now.
Precious
It's nothing. Stars, shine for me. The night is cold.
I slipped up.
Bring it on.
My guiding stars. Hold.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Roasted fry.
Not now.
Riptide. You're mine.
My guiding star.
By royal decree.
Nice and spicy. Eat this.
Your life is mine.
Time to fulfill my work.
Don't waste my time.
Stars, shine for me. The night is cold.
Tidal wave. Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Unfortunate
Not now. Oz, reveal.
Submit!
Well then, do you all understand what I said earlier?
Yes, sir!
Excellent. And you all almost managed to get me limbered up. In other words, you've done well for new recruits.
Thank you, Lord Harbinger!
All right, hush now. Now then, I wish you all glorious victory for Snezhnaya, for Her Majesty the Tsaritsa, and for yourselves. Dismissed!
Brother! You are amazing!
Oh, Tusser, what in the world are you doing here? There I was thinking that the Traveler had taken you to play at Wang Shuin.
Yikes, that's some terrible acting.
I told you, didn't I? I never pass on an opportunity to improve my strength. I'm not the man I was when we first met. By that, I assume you mean that I didn't use the Foul Legacy transformation, yes?
Maybe you shouldn't mention that in front of your brother. I mean,
Puts
if
a
we're not
great
mentioning
strain on my
other
body,
things.
so it's best saved for crucial moments. I still haven't fully recovered from the injuries I suffered when I used it at the Golden House. Anyway, I'm no Signora. I don't use lethal force against recruits. Come on now.
The Foul Legacy transformation? Does it make you stronger than Mr. Cyclops? You can
Again,
say that.
Child is such a bad player because then he'll turn around and he'll say shit like that in front of his brother, which is even harder to explain. I mean, that would be something even worse to explain than having to explain that you're a Fatui Harbinger. Also, why can't he just tell this little kid that he works for Her Majesty the Tsaritsa and, like, call it a day? Why does he have to, go into this intricate toilet? Like, he should be like, I work for the Tsaritsa. Like, you don't have to go into specifics. You just be like, I'm a diplomat. I travel to different countries. And then you can be like, you can make it cool by being like, I'll send you back some souvenirs from the countries that I visit. He's made this so complicated. Because all of that would be technically true. If he went with the, I'm a diplomat and I go to other countries, that is true. He is here in Liyue as a diplomat. Like, technically, officially, not even technically, like, officially, he is here as a diplomat. It's not a lie. Like, Signora, I don't think Signora is a diplomat in, like, Mondstadt. I don't think Signora is technically there. She just shows up, but, like, her contingent is diplomats, but I don't think Signora was ever officially in Mondstadt because the Knights of Favonius wouldn't have liked that. But she was a diplomat, I believe. I'll have to, when we play the quest, I'll have to check again, but I believe she's an official diplomat in Inazuma, and then I'm pretty sure they state the child is here as a diplomat, basically, in Liyue. Or, like, it's implied. So I don't... This just seems like... He's made more work. It's not even a, like, lying breeds lies. Like, he's made more work for himself. When he could just turn around and make it cool by being like, yeah, I go to other countries and I can bring you back stuff. Because it kind of seems like that's all he does now.
I want to learn to fight too. I want to be cool like you.
Now, Tusser, fighting isn't about looking cool. You can only continue to get stronger if you know the reason why you're fighting. I can teach you, but think carefully first. Why do you want to fight?
I don't know why I'm so caught up on this child as a ridiculous liar.
I want to protect Sister Tonya.
That's a good answer, Tusser. When I return to Snezhnaya, I will start teaching you fighting techniques. Then you'll have to protect Tonya for me.
Yeah, but it's turned into me ranting about how much I forgot how terrible of a liar Child was. This has been like a 1-hour rant about how Child picked the most ridiculous lie that he wasn't going to ever be able to properly explain, when there were way easier lies he could have gone with to tell his brother what he did. Like, what we just discussed is he could have just been like, I'm a diplomat for the Tsaritsa, and I'll bring you souvenirs from all the countries that I visit. But instead, he stuck himself with this toy seller lie, which is never going to hold water. His brother is going to reach, a little bit of an older age, and he's going to be like, wait a second, none of this exists. And I also pointed out how bad the Mr. Cyclops lie was, because what if his brother runs into an active ruin guard and it kills him because he thinks it's a toy? He's such a bad liar.
Leave it to me. Tooser's a good kid when he's not being so stubborn.
You've had a nice long time here in Liyue, haven't you, Tooser? Isn't it about time that you took the boat back home?
Yes, please. Well, no, so I get that it's the protecting innocence thing. I think my point is like... And I guess I can see that with the Mr. Cyclops of he's run into one and you don't want him to be scared. But I think with the toy seller lies, where I'm really stuck on this, there are so many other lies you could have told to protect his innocence that would have held more water than this. Like, you've chosen a lie that makes no sense when there are other lies you could have chosen that would have made sense. Like I said, the Mr. Cyclops, I think it's irresponsible, but I can understand you don't want to tell him that there are bad things in the world. But this toy seller lie, there are so many other jobs you could have told him that you did that wouldn't have turned into ridiculousness, because even if you're not assuming that Tooser's going to show up to Liyue, at some point in Snezhnaya, it's gonna come up. And so that's why you go with something like diplomat or working for the bank. Maybe it's not as thrilling as toy seller, but like I said, diplomat, bank, you could have been like, I'm gonna go to cool places and bring back cool stuff and see cool sights. I also pointed out Adventurers Guild. I'm pretty sure you don't have to not have another job to be part of the Adventurers Guild. Little kids love adventurers. Probably would have thought that was so cool. And it's not like he's like hiding violence from Tooser, because he's out here like, I'm gonna help teach you to fight. He fought those recruits in front of him. Like, that would have been such an easy thing to say, and it explains why you're gone for so long. I don't understand why Child has picked this lie. I did point out that some of it's because Child is very young and was recruited into the Fatui young, and so probably came up with this lie very young. But like, how this actually all came up is we were doing the Zhongli story quest before this one, and some of the Fatui need to go to the Lini school of Fatui lying, because the guy in the Zhongli, the Fatui guy in the Zhongli story quest was also just like a really bad actor. And we were discussing which Fatui members have been good actors and which ones have been bad actors. We voted Lini, Lynette, Fremine. They were good actors. They didn't say anything that made you super suspicious of them. even that guy from the R&R quest, I can't remember his name, he was a pretty good actor. The only reason you knew it was him is because there was no other options. But some of these Fatui members, the House of the Hearth needs to put on some acting classes. Call up Arlecchino, get it in the works.
But you've been so busy, and we didn't get any time to play together yet.
It's because you snuck over, without asking permission, unplanned.
Sir, you know I'm very busy at work. And hasn't it been fun traveling all over the place with a proper traveler?
You could have just told your brother you were a traveler. At this point.
He's just worried he won't be able to keep up the toy seller act forever. Well, how about this? If you just do one little thing for me, I'll be a good boy and go back home.
God, you're gonna let him manipulate you now, child? You wouldn't have had all of this running away problems if you just instilled some discipline into him.
Oh dear, who taught this little devil to bargain?
You.
All right, what'll it be?
Because you let him get away with it. You just have to instill in him the discipline of learning that people can say no to him. And that it's not acceptable to run away.
Take me to visit the Institute of Toy Research. Do you think he means that ruin that the Millelith was talking about? The one where all the ruin guards were coming from?
Done deal. After all, you've come all this way for me, Sir. As your brother, it's only right for me to grant you one last wish before you leave.
Exactly. Are you sure this is a good idea? It doesn't seem like the best place for kids. You should come along too, Traveler.
No, thank
this time,
you.
it's Tooser's turn to take you sightseeing.
Let me think. Yes, the Institute of Toy Research is not far at all from Lingju Pass. Now, Traveler, you're not the sort of person who would disappoint a kid now, are you?
The Traveler, probably not. Me, Maddie, I am someone who's willing to disappoint children.
The brothers are ganging up on us again. Oh, fine. We'll go.
Can't we just tell them that we also have toy selling business to do? I will be able to do a wish after I finish this. It'll bump me back up to 160. God, it's so weird with everything cleared out here. I'll be glad to go to Inazuma with more things to do. And the other good thing about going to Inazuma is at that point I'll be able to a lot easier do story quests, like not all at once, but as they come out. Because the problem with this is by the time I was done with Leeway Exploration, that had raised my AR so much that like everything came out. Although it kind of looks like these are all gonna come out at once. I don't know. We'll see, but I'm hoping to not have to marathon them like I've had to do these.
Here we are. Welcome to Liyue's Institute of Toy Research.
I'm AR-46 on this one. We've kind of reached... We're getting close to the point where it's a real slowdown. I want to say, like, so I know AR-55 is when it turns into, like, you need millions of points to get to the next one, but I want to say, like, AR-50, it just becomes a real slowdown, and it takes a significant amount more time to start getting places. But yeah, at some point I need to do that. That's the kind of stuff I work on, like, during the week off stream. I'll probably do that. So right now, during the week, I've been working on my main account, Natlan exploration. I got a little behind with just other stuff. Well, I spent a whole week playing Stardew Valley instead of doing stuff on Genshin. But, yeah.
Yeah, we're here! I can already hear the sounds of machinery inside. Awesome! What is this place? And how do you know about it?
Based on my limited understanding, I believe this is one of Dottoro's research facilities.
Boo. No, I mean, Dottore, evil character, but I find Dottore to be really, really interesting. I think there's an interesting story there with him. I don't know, I find him to be such an interesting character. Especially because, unlike most of the other Fatui so far, they didn't go the route of, like, oh, there's actually something forgivable within him. Like, they went full psychopath, evil scientist. But I'm interested to see what else they'll do with him and his story, because I mean, the cloning and the backstory in Sumeru, I do think it's funny that he got kicked out of the academia. And obviously he's, like, a very, very smart person.
Dottore is another one of the Fatui harbingers. He loves tinkering with old things. It's a personal passion of his. So, he converted these ruins into a Ruin Guard research lab.
I think if they were coming out with this quest now, though, they maybe would have gone the route of Sandrone. Now, they may have gone with Dottore because, unlike some of the other Harbingers, he would have already, I mean, A, he was already in the comics, but B, they probably would have been writing the story for Sumeru at this point. Just because the amount of time between game release and Inazuma, obviously they were probably still working on some of Inazuma, but by then they would have largely been polishing it, and so they would have been working on Sumeru. So I'm guessing that's why they chose to go the route, but I think if you actually, like, look at what we now know about other Harbingers, I feel like it's more in line with Sandrone.
Huh? So the Ruin Guards are built by the Fatui?
No, they have much closer connections to the Abyss, so, strictly speaking, they're as much our enemies as anyone else's. We just do research, nothing more. As to why the Ruin Guards have been moving outside of this area recently, I can only imagine that he's gotten bored of playing around with them, and has lost interest in this place.
I guess we probably don't know what he was doing at this time, because, like, I mean, presumably he had some of his clones in Sumeru anyway, but way too early for him to be making his plan of, I guess we don't know how far back his plan of the Wanderer and the created god goes. Like, even without the Wanderer stealing the Gnosis, was that the plan all along? We don't really know. That's interesting to think about.
Wow, yet another harbinger with a bad attitude. But at least this explains why you were totally okay with bringing Tooser here. Seems you did your homework ahead of time.
Well, I wouldn't go quite that far. I actually have no idea what this place is like on the inside.
Wait, so are you or are you not worried about your brother's safety?
Of course I am. But no matter what the danger is, I will parry it. Isn't that what any older brother would do? Even Tooser
I don't know,
understands
I don't
that,
have
now
one.
that he knows what he's fighting for. It's the very same reason that's been nestled in my own heart for so many years.
What are you guys chatting about? Come on, let's go in.
God, you're so bossy.
All right, follow me.
I genuinely don't remember being this annoyed with him in my first... I'm pretty sure I remember being like, you know, he actually wasn't that bad. And now I just, like... I feel like in some ways I have become really jaded on my second play around. I feel a little more free to be like, this story doesn't make sense.
Someone was saying that Mr. Cyclops is a killing machine.
Were they now? What a silly thing for them to say. And you shouldn't go repeating it either, Tooser. You're far too young to be talking about such violent topics.
Irresponsible.
Yeah, I knew that they were lying anyways. Mr. Cyclops is here to defeat the bad guys and protect the world.
Right. With Mr. Cyclops around, the bad guys won't ever get you.
That's right. Okay, I'm going to go play with Mr. Cyclops now.
Hey, Tooser, wait up!
The door's shut. Will Tooser be alright?
There's another path over there. Let's move.
It was like, oh no, it went.
Who's next? Yeah. Yeah.
The night is cold. By royal decree.
My bad.
Bring it on.
Oh, the door opened. Was that you?
That's right. But give me a moment over here, Tooser. I need to make sure that everything's safe. Maybe I shouldn't have spoiled him quite so much.
Yeah. I mean, it's not entirely your fault. Your parents probably also, like...
Those ruin guards have all been strung up. Where are they being taken to?
I don't know. But if there's a chance it's where Tooser is, we need to stop this before things get ugly.
Not now.
You're mine! Yeah! 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 shouldn't let your guard down.
The night is cold.
You can run, but you can't hide. Tooser, see that big stone cube in front of you?
Yay! Do I really get to help my big brother out?
You bet! Now I'll count down from 3, and then we touch it together. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
That's bright. What is that?
It's a witch ray that will turn you into a little lamb if it hits you. So stay out of its way.
That's scary.
It didn't block this one. Yeah, it's not... Oh, I see. You're so smart. This isn't working very well.
Back together at last. You're not hurt, are you, Tooser?
Hurt? No way. This is really fun. Fun for you, maybe. We were all scared to death. What's over there? Wow, this room is huge. Is this where Mr. Cyclops takes his friends when they come to visit?
It is. Impressive, isn't it? Now, how about a little game of hide and seek?
Huh? Now? But...
I have a surprise for you, you know.
A surprise? Oh, what sort of surprise?
Don't worry, you'll have the chance to look for it later. But before that, you have to close your eyes, turn around, and count down from 60.
Okay. 60 is a really long time, though.
There's not much time. Let's clear all these hazards out.
48, 47, 46, 45.
Don't worry, it's all part of the surprise.
Submit!
Give up.
16, 12, 10.
Hey, no cheating. You skipped a few numbers, you little rascal.
You noticed. All right. 15, 14, 13.
Give me another 10 seconds, Tooser. Still hiding.
Huh. Now who's the cheater? All right. 10 seconds, that's it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Coming, ready or not?
Don't touch them, please. They're a little, fried.
This is everything I've ever dreamed of! It's Mr. Cyclops' world! Wow. He actually pulled it off. And the way he knocked those ruin guards around was like they really were kids' toys. But Paimon wonders if he'll be alright after using the Valve Legacy transformation again. Awesome! Boy, if these Mr. Cyclopses weren't so big, I'd sure love to take one home. Wait, where'd he go? Where'd my brother go? Aren't you guys supposed to be playing hide and seek? Oh, that's right. I was so excited that I forgot all about our game. Well, let's go look for him together, okay?
It's a good thing that you two found me first. Looks like using the Foul Legacy transformation while I was still injured took more out of me than I thought. I have no idea what I'd do if Tooser saw me like this. Look at me. Deflated as a burst balloon. Like I said, I can never pass on an opportunity to test my limits. And that's why I, Tartaglia, am always getting stronger. Anyway, childhood dreams are all too easily shattered. Even if you just leave them be, they will fall to pieces all by themselves. So someone has to protect them, right? If you make a promise, you keep it. If you make a mistake, you apologize. And if you give someone a dream, you defend it to the end.
Which is why you should give them a dream that's defensible.
That is what family is all about, isn't it? Remind you of something, did I?
Quit the tough guy act already. You need to see a doctor right away, mister.
A fine suggestion, but first, I have a little something for Tooser. Please give it to him on my behalf.
Huh? Is this a Mr. Cyclops action figure?
Indeed. I had made it to order by a smith some time back. I had intended to give it to him on my return to Snezhnaya, but it seems that it would make a better souvenir at this point.
Wow. Now that Paimon thinks about it, Child's family are really lucky to have him, aren't they?
I'll also need you to explain my abrupt departure to Tooser. You'll help me out, won't you? The cold will kill the Pinky that once betrayed your friend. The frost will freeze your tongue off so you never lie again. That nursery rhyme brings back so many delightful memories. Tooser taught you that one, did he? All right. Thank you.
I can't find him anywhere. Where did he go? What? Why? Why would he leave without me? hoping we could play here a little longer. Wow, look at this! I never knew that they made Mr. Cyclopses in this size! Look, it even has my name on it! It's my very own Mr. Cyclops!
You're really loving it, huh?
You bet! My brother is the best big brother ever!
You had a tour of Liyue, you met your brother, visited the Institute of Toy Research, and got yourself a souvenir. Now that's what we tour guides call the perfect trip.
Now please leave.
Do you think you're ready to head back to Snezhnaya now?
Don't worry. I know I can't get my way all the time. That'd just be annoying for everyone else.
You think?
So, let's go.
I said I didn't want to be annoyed by him, but I really found myself becoming annoyed by him. Oops. That's what happens when you run too fast up the stairs. I don't think I'm gonna make it through the Ganyu.
I've been waiting for you.
One, I think we're gonna have to go to bed. Let me look at what time it is. I don't know. I have to think about it.
That's correct. Master Child instructed me to arrange for young Master Tooser's return trip. Please, come this way.
Who are you? My big brother always tells me never to go off with strangers.
But you've been following us around this whole time.
Yeah, that's because I've known who you are all along.
What?
My brother told us all about you in a letter he sent back home. Sister
Yeah,
Toya
it's
read it
after
to me.
1.
I actually recognized you the moment I saw you. I just couldn't remember your name.
What a strange twist of fate.
Young Master Tooser, the boat to Snezhnaya will dock soon. We'd best prepare for boarding.
Gee, time really flies when you're having fun. Well then, see you, Miss Nice Lady. I'll wait for you back home. You definitely have to come visit Snezhnaya sometime.
Less than a year?
Pinky promise?
You make a pinky promise, you keep it all your life. You break a pinky promise, Paimon throws you on the ice. The cold will kill the pinky that once betrayed your friend. The frost will freeze your tongue off so you never lie again.
It's a promise then.
Bye-bye, Tooser. Have a safe trip.
What's funny is, like, you would think Paimon would be really annoyed by him.
Hey.
Because Paimon kind of hates everybody. She's the #1 hater, but she seems chill.
Child? So you were here this whole time? What are you hiding for? Why didn't you come and say goodbye?
We already covered this. He's really injured.
Partings are special moments. If he spent his final moments in Liyue seeing me all haggard and weak like this, that's not a memory I want him to leave with. Still, it is a shame that I couldn't see him off by myself. I should have been the one taking him back. I do have subordinates to escort him, but I still feel a little uneasy.
Jeez, don't you think you've spoiled him enough already?
I can't quite explain it, but somehow I felt much more at ease leaving him in your care. And to think that not long ago we... Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Remuneration for your services, which I really couldn't have done without this time.
Aha! So you do have a heart after all.
One other thing. Don't forget our promise now. Let's have a rematch when we get the chance. This time, with my honor as a harbinger on the line.
You best go rest up first. Don't come crying to us when you lose all over again.
Regardless of who wins or loses our next bout, I'd also like to invite you over to my home. I'll introduce you to my other siblings, Tonya and Anthon. They're great kids, and I'm very proud of them both.
We'll take you up on that offer. Mostly because we already made a pinky promise to Tooser.
I'm sure that he'll be very excited to see you too. Well, that settles it. I'm looking forward to it. Now, farewell, my friends. Till we meet again. In Snezhnaya.
Little did we know that he would be Mr. Worldwide. What was it yelling at me about? Okay, I'm gonna look up the Ganyu story quest and see if I have any memories of it. Because that will tell me if I have it in me to do it.
We should look for a new investment. Mora doesn't grow on trees.
I remember that part, I just don't remember the other part. Okay, it's about an hour. I think I can do it. We just can't go on rants. It might be a quieter story quest. Ranting is good, it just delays. It lengthens the amount of time. But also, I just don't remember Ganyu's story quest being that impactful of a one to need a rant.
It's shocking how much work there is to do, even for the three of us.
And she's been handling it alone all along. The Qixing secretary clearly isn't an ordinary person. It's so frustrating.
Huh? You're...
Aren't you Ningguang's servants? How come you're here?
We are Miss Ningguang's private secretaries, not servants.
Have you seen Miss Ganyu, Traveler? It has been several days since Ganyu left for Jueyun Karst. She's the general secretary of the Liyue Qixing. We've only taken over her responsibilities until she gets back.
Even though the Qixing have made peace with the Adepti after the latter had denounced Liyue, they still want to pay their respects to the Illuminated Ones. They commissioned Ganyu as their envoy to deliver a letter to Jueyun Karst and bring the Adepti the latest news about the crisis. Still, Ganyu should have been back to her usual responsibilities by now, but she's disappeared without a trace.
Is that so? Maybe Ganyu just took a little detour. Who can blame her after working so hard?
I'm afraid it's not very likely. Ever since we met Ms. Ganyu, she's been nothing but the most conscientious person in all of Liyue. Even when it's time for her annual leave, Ms. Ganyu stays on duty at Yue High Pavilion saying there is still so much to do. She couldn't possibly be using her mission as an excuse to slack off.
Oh, Paimon sees how it is. But she's half Adeptus. She wouldn't get in trouble, right? Why do you look so upset?
It's because of this absurd workload of hers. When we first heard the three of us would be taking over for Miss Ganyu, we thought it would simply be a matter of changing our work environment.
We couldn't have imagined that Miss Ganyu's daily workload far exceeds what the three of us are used to doing.
Speaking of Jueyun Karst, Traveler, I've heard that you can go in and out of there as you please.
Of course! We've been there lots of times!
Ah, that's good news. Could you go to Jueyun Karst and find Miss Ganyu for us? Preferably before we collapse under this workload. We're saved. I remember Miss Ganyu said that she'd be visiting Cloud Retainer's abode. You might as well start looking for her there.
It's about time she came back to work. Otherwise...
You're making me not want to bring her back to work.
Perhaps we should go to Lady Ningguang first and bring up our overtime pay again.
Just a thought, like... Maybe this is a sign.
It's a Cloud Retainer. Doesn't she live in Mel Outsung?
Maybe this is a sign that Ganyu is doing too much work.
We should hurry up. Paimon hopes we can find her there.
Does Ganyu get overtime pay?
Lasts for only the moment that you obtain it.
Some weird ass music up here.
Huh? Person standing over there. That's Ganyu. We finally found her. Ganyu, here you are.
You two. I did not expect to meet you here. Is it official or private affairs that bring you here? I shouldn't. I have left the human world. Please contact the Yue High Pavilion regarding matters concerning the commercial port.
Well, if you're leaving the human world, like, maybe you should have left a note.
Huh? You don't want to be the Qixing secretary anymore? But they're all waiting for you to come back.
And I support you not going back, because I feel like they're taking advantage of you. But again, you probably should have been a little more clear that you weren't going back.
That's why you're here? You want me to come back? I'm afraid you came here in vain.
I don't want you to go back.
Did something happen?
They do. Let's not get it twisted.
The tide ebbs and flows. It was meant to be. When the Adepti entrusted humans with overseeing Liyue, I knew it was only a matter of time until I had to leave. My Adepti blood makes me unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. I delivered the letter and came back to Liyue Harbor, only to discover that I had been replaced by Baiwen, Baishao, and Baishu. Perhaps that mission of mine was just a pretext to remove me. Since the Qixing gave me a chance to leave with dignity, I decided to be tactful as well. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for your words of comfort. After 1,000 years away, I came back to Jueyun Karst. Looking at the clouds floating among the mountains brings me peace of mind. I feel better now.
But...
Who disturbs the peace of these mountains?
Cloud Retainer? We're terribly sorry. We just...
One merely jests. One felt your presence the moment you set foot upon this land.
Wow. You and Adepti really are impressive.
Come here to chat about the old times with Ganyu. It looks like you get along quite well. A matter leaves you at an impasse then. Not to worry. One is exceptional at seeking avenues for conversation. One has been one's own companion in idle talk for many a year. Yes. Since you are Ganyu's friends, tales from her youth shall one apprise you of, perhaps?
Oh, Cloud Retainer.
Nothing to be ashamed of. You were so cute as a child. One is most certain that your friends would like to hear of it.
Oh, Paimon wants to hear it.
Little Ganyu loved when the horns on the top of her head were caressed. When one was still taking care of her, one was pestered most often to touch her horns. She was elsewise loath to sleep.
Wow.
Plump she was back then. Why, when she stumbled while we ascended the mountain, she would roll down to the bottom like a little ball. The day Ganyu bumped into a pilgrim was the first time she saw a real human in the flesh. So fearful she was that she hid in a rock's cleft for 2 days and nights. One found her wailing of a monster she had seen.
Cloud Retainer? Forget it. It's about time for my training. I will take my leave.
One's intention was merely to relieve the awkward tension.
And you did the exact opposite. Impressive.
Be that so? But returning to Ganyu, most gladdened one is of your arrival. One cannot help but feel that remaining in Jueyun Karst shall not be good for her. One will tell you more about her, if you should permit it. Most benevolent among all Adepti are the Qilin. They drink only spring water and eat only whole grain. But perhaps the mountainous dwellings of Adepti in Jueyun Karst might be too lonely for her human side. Under moonlight did one see her last. She stood by the precipice's edge, and upon the mist-veiled mountains she gazed. Her thin figure was immersed in the vast sea of clouds. One noticed her loneliness, and sought to convince her to go back to the human world. But just then, she said thus.
Liyue Harbor feels even lonelier than Jueyun Karst. When I look at the sea of clouds in Jueyun Karst, I merely feel the loneliness of a solitary cloud gazer. When I step into the sea of people in Liyue, I feel the loneliness of an inhuman that doesn't belong in the human world.
One did, by chance, hear this much of Ganyu's thoughts. Alone, she will find her predicament hard to conquer. One hopes that you will accompany her.
Oh, Retainer's right. We can't leave Ganyu depressed like that. Besides, Liyue hasn't given up on her. She's got it all wrong. Anyways, what's that training Ganyu was talking about?
She has sought to reclaim her Adeptus side since returning to Jueyun Karst. At her behest, one has organized training for her to achieve that end.
She should be in the southern part of Mount Aotsong right now, preparing for the trial.
Oh, that was a weird recording.
So? Let's go take a look then.
It's so interesting how much that the background of that whole scene has changed now with Chenyu Vale.
So here you are, Ganyu.
Why did you come here? Is that so? You really are interested in the ways of Adepti. This trial was prepared by Cloud Retainer. Its goal is to help me feel like an Adeptus again. The training is much to her signature style. I hope it won't make it seem like she is too unaware of the abilities of others.
Is it difficult?
No, I'm aware of your strength, Traveler. The power hidden within you is not inferior to mine. If you're ready, we shall begin the training.
There's a lot of gliding around. It does feel like something Cloud Retainer would come up with.
If you could see through the eyes of an Adeptus, you wouldn't be so surprised. You're way behind schedule. We've completed the task. What do you think? Hardships are a fact of life, both for the Adepti and humans alike.
Ganyu, what were you planning to do once your training was over?
The training's not over yet. The part prepared by Cloud Retainer is only the first trial.
Now I think it's time for Boy Zhao.
So there are more trials prepared by other Adepti?
No. The only Adeptus who can unlock my true potential is...
Who is it?
Conqueror of Demons.
Huh. So it's Xiao. That cold-hearted loner? How come he's prepared a trial for you?
I found him unapproachable at first, too. But I believe that being able to face him is an important part of my homecoming. He's already waiting for me. Come along if you're interested.
Of course we are! Let's go!
Oh, sorry about that.
You're half an hour late. I see you still haven't abandoned the wrongful ways of humankind.
I'm sorry. I had a meeting with Cloud Retainer.
I don't need your explanations and don't require any mutual understanding between us. I'm just helping you with your training. That's all.
Sometimes I forget how much nicer Xiao is than later events and stuff. How much Xiao hates everyone but us.
Xiao is such a strict teacher.
You're neither an Adeptus nor a human, always treading the line between the two worlds. It must create a lot of confusion. Instead of explaining yourself to me, you should face your true self.
I have nothing to hide.
The body and the mind are one. If something worries your mind, your body can help you find a solution. The trial I've prepared for you will explore the true potential of your body.
Yes. I'm ready.
I'm pretty sure I was really bad at this last time, but you know, we'll see.
The trial's begun! I can feel it in the air. Even the weather's changed. My guiding stars.
Next on the agenda... Next up, Born of Ice and Frost.
Stars, shine for me. Not now.
Blaze over.
My guiding stars.
No touching.
The night is cold, cold. Mine to command.
Born of Ice and Frost.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Access denied.
My guiding stars. Boba, get them! Don't be scared.
Born of Ice and Frost. For Rex Lapis.
The night is cold. Stars, shine for me.
No touching. We're waiting.
Not now.
Blaze over.
Shadow Raven, let night fall. Don't be scared. My guiding stars.
For Rex Lapis.
Not now. Cold, mine to command.
Calm weather. Do not trust your eyes. Your eyes can lie to you.
Which is funny, because she's still pretty good.
I've completed your trial.
You don't have to report back to me. Seeking other people's validation won't benefit your training. Only you can evaluate the result of this trial. You'll progress faster that way.
Understood.
Xiao always has such strong opinions.
From tomorrow on, I'll start raising the difficulty of your training, so you'll have to...
do what?
Another one of those pesky visitors. I'll leave him to you, Ganyu. It's also a part of your training.
Pesky visitor? So even here there are those that Xiao can't deal with?
Oh heavens! Blessed be Rex Lapis! I've finally come upon the Adepti! Are all of you the Adepti of this mountain? Great! My name's Sin Chung. I came to ask for your merciful blessings, O Adepti. I beg of you, please grant me luck, wealth, and a good career.
Oh, so it's a pilgrim. Huh. He can handle any battle, but talking to strange humans is a different story, huh?
I am also one of the Adepti. You can say that I'm an Adeptus in training.
Perfect. I didn't come in vain then. Although you sound a bit half-hearted. Doesn't matter. What blessings can you grant me?
Wow, straight to the point, huh?
Dear Pilgrim, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. Adepti don't help every pilgrim for free.
For free? Do you mean that you charge people for the blessings of the Adepti?
That's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is that everything should be earned through hard work and earnest living. It would be unfair to other people if you got everything you wanted for no reason.
I'll take the money personally.
Hold on. I've heard this all before. You're just like my old man, always nagging me.
Your father must have experienced it firsthand. The lives of the common folk are riddled with hardships, but are also full of joy. A person of your age should focus on work and family, instead of chasing after fairy tales.
Are you a real Adeptus? Why do you speak and behave like us city folk? You sure you're not one of those swindlers who pose as an Adeptus to cheat people out of their money? Enough. Doesn't matter if you're a real Adeptus or not. You're useless. I'm leaving.
Nobody's stopping you. Ganyu, don't let that guy ruin your mood.
It's not his behavior. The things he said... He was right. I thought that coming back to Jueyun Karst and devoting myself to training would make me feel like an Adeptus again. But being questioned by him made me realize that But... I'm unwelcome in Liyue Harbor. As an Adeptus,
It's true! Just believe us!
Alright. I'll go with you to Liyue Harbor. That said, I still trust my initial judgment. If I'm proven right, I'll return to Jueyun Karst once again.
It's a step in the right direction. Let's go!
Oh. We have to make a Ganyu before we meet up with you. We have to make a stop.
Ad Astra.
It's not horrible. That is a sign that I should start prepping my boss materials.
We're finally back!
I'm still...
Come on, Ganyu! We're almost there! You don't want to turn back now, do you?
I suppose you have a point. It would be quite impolite of me to leave the two of you now.
That's right! Where do you want to go first, then?
I've spent too much time in the mountains. The first thing that comes to my mind is the sea. Let's go for a walk in the port.
Happy to come with.
Oh, I should have just waited. Well, it is what it is.
The sound of the waves in this familiar port. The smell of the sea breeze makes me nostalgic.
Ganyu, you didn't leave Liyue for that long. Why do you look so moved?
Well, I used to be so busy. I haven't taken a stroll around here in a long time.
Huh. That's true. Ganyu seemed to be working all the time.
Well, when I think about my time here, I've spent most of it behind a desk filing documents. It put me in a certain mood. Similar to the one I felt during my training in Jueyun Karst, in fact.
Is that... It is! It's Lady Ganyu. I wouldn't have thought I'd meet you here. You were
I
always
talked
so
to you
terribly
earlier.
busy.
Lady Ganyu? Why are you calling her that?
Allow me to introduce Uncle Tian. He is...
That's all right. Just tell them the truth. They have done so much for Liyue after all, and I am the one who has yet to introduce myself.
Uncle Tian is a member of the Liyue Qixing, the Tianshu.
What? This grandpa is a member of the Qixing?
Oh, he comes back in the Yelan quest.
Same rank as Ningguang?
Hush now. I must ask for your discretion concerning my identity. Fishing in the port and strolling about are the greatest pleasures of my life. I have no wish to be followed around by those armed guards.
To be honest, in my initial playthrough, it had probably been so long in between me playing the two quests that I had no clue.
In most people's eyes, I'm just a forgetful and wordy old man.
Uncle Tian is too modest. He's been around for a long time. There's no one who can replace a person of such noble character.
What an honor to receive such high praise from Lady Ganyu herself. I guess I must have done something right over the last, however many decades.
Uncle Tian, please. A person of your standing should really stop calling me Lady Ganyu.
My apologies. It's not intentional, just a habit from my younger days. Thank you for looking after me when I first ascended to my position in the Qixing.
Oh, so you've been friends for many decades now, huh?
Oh, I was just fulfilling my duties as the Qixing secretary. It's nothing worthy of your gratitude.
Talking about secretaries... I don't know if I should bring it up. Ganyu, I believe you know my daughter, Huixin. She seems to be a bit troubled recently.
Yes, she works at Yuehai Pavilion and she's my junior. How can I help her?
I don't know myself, really. She's all grown up now and doesn't like to ask for my help. May I trouble you to meet her at Yuehai Pavilion? She just needs a bit of guidance.
With pleasure. Solving the Qixing's problems has always been in my job description.
She's back in character, just like that, huh? Let's move then, to Yuehai Pavilion.
God, I wish there was a fucking teleport waypoint here.
Miss Ganyu, it's been too long. I don't know why, but seeing you brings me a sense of peace in these chaotic times.
Indeed, it has been a while, Huixin. I'm flattered, but aren't you exaggerating a little? I heard that you've encountered some problems and came to see if I could be of some help.
My father asked you to come, didn't he? Abusing his status as a member of the Qixing to trouble you.
Don't worry. I'm always happy to help a junior colleague from Yuehai Pavilion.
Ganyu's not only a competent secretary, but also a great mentor.
So, what can you tell me about the problem?
Ugh, where should I start? I discovered something strange while organizing tax records.
Oh, I do remember this.
There are obvious irregularities in the tax declarations of 2 stores, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique. However, whether I question the shopkeepers or check their accounts, I can't seem to make any progress with my investigation. Without any evidence, my hands are tied.
I see. It's not uncommon for merchants to be blinded by greed.
Well, is there any solution you can advise?
Naturally. I've dealt with similar issues hundreds of times. Give me a moment to consider the best approach in this scenario. All right. Let's approach it this way then. Your enemy knows you best.
Huh?
If I remember correctly, Second Life and Wanyo Boutique are old business rivals, competing for market share due to their similar wares. In that case...
In that case... Ah! I know what you mean, Miss Ganyu.
Exactly. Let's start with Wanyo Boutique. The owner's name is... Bolai, isn't it?
Yes, you're right. Follow me, please.
It's this annoying guy.
Aha! We meet again, traveler. And you must be from the Yuehai Pavilion? I suppose you're about to place a big order. I'd be honored to offer you my wares.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Bolai. Wanyo Boutique's credit is not sufficient to accept orders directly from Yuehai Pavilion. Should we need to place such an order, we would certainly go to Second Life instead.
What? Second Life? Ugh. That rascal Dongsheng. He's stealing all of my customers.
Well, Second Life's credit has always been excellent, and based on their tax records, their business is thriving.
Tax records? Thriving?
Huh. Is there anything you'd like to share with us, Mr. Bolai?
Don't let that rascal fool you. I know his dirty tricks best. If you don't believe me, show me his tax records. I'm sure I'll find something fishy in there.
You know Second Life's business so well?
Of course. Ugh, their every transaction makes my blood boil. I'd rather lose money myself than see that rascal make some.
Well then, please look over this tax record. We'll review Second Life's credit based on your observations.
Oh, of course. I'll read very, very carefully. Line by line and word by word. Ah, here, I found it. That exquisite wooden furniture set he bought from Fanmu Carpenters at the beginning of the year. Ugh, he even flaunted it in front of me. Look at the tax record. Not a word about that furniture. And he kept all the profit for himself.
I see. He must have gotten rid of all the documents related to this transaction. No wonder there was no trace of it.
I told you so. Just as I expected. Ugh, I can't wait to watch him squirm.
But, Ms. Ganyu, despite all this, can't he just flat out deny ever making this transaction?
He might have destroyed all the evidence, but I believe the supplier, Fanmu Carpenters, might still have some proof of it.
Aha, you're right. Master Lu from Fanmu Carpenters must still have the invoice. He wouldn't be swayed by the likes of Dongsheng.
I hope so. Let's go to Fanmu Carpenters. It should be near Qingce Village. Thank you for shining a light on this case, Mr. Bolai.
Oh, please, that's nothing. I just hope you won't be lenient with him once you find the evidence. That's the best way to show your gratitude.
I'm afraid I can't go to Qingce Village.
It's all right, Weixin. You can stay in Liyue Harbor and finish your work. Leave the rest to us.
Oh, that's so considerate of you. Still, I'm sorry to trouble you like that.
Bolai is so annoying. He was really annoying in the Archon Fest too. I just remember that. It's really loud.
Welcome. How can an old carpenter like me help you? I'm usually happy to take new apprentices, but I'm afraid I can't take too many at once. But I'm always around if you're keen for a chat.
Kingsa really is full of lonely old people.
It really is.
Hey, I heard that, Flying One.
I'm sorry.
Master Lu, we've just come to see you and ask you some questions.
Don't worry, I know. You're from the Yuehai Pavilion, right? Why would the Qixing care about an old man like me? Well, whatever. You said that you want to ask me something. Ask away, then.
You're very direct, Master Lu. I will be plain. We're looking for proof that Dongsheng from Second Life has been evading taxation. Dongsheng bought some furniture from you at the beginning of the
Paimon
year.
just says it how it is.
Do you still have the invoice or any other record of that transaction?
Oh, it's about Second Life. It was a big order. How could I forget?
Sure enough, Mr. Bolai was right. Could we perhaps borrow that invoice? We won't have any evidence to bring against Dongsheng otherwise.
Of course you can, but I'm not so sprightly anymore.
What's that supposed to mean?
I only do my woodwork and display finished wares here at Fanmu Carpenters. As for old documents and such, I keep them all in a warehouse west of here. But some troublemakers have recently moved there, invading my warehouse. I tried to drive them away, but they just wouldn't leave.
Yes.
Since you need that invoice anyway, it may be best to get it from the warehouse yourself. And while you're at it, you can teach those louts a lesson.
So that's what happened. I see.
I'll leave you to it then. I need to get back to work.
The old grandpa walk.
Take back the warehouse, find the invoice. Time for us to show our stuff in a fight.
Wait, I think I saw one of those troublemakers. Over there.
Oh, Paimon sees them too. It's one of the Fatui.
They must be plotting something against Liyue Harbor.
Maybe they're the scoundrels who invaded Master Lu's warehouse.
Ever since Osial attacked the harbor, the Fatui's reputation in Liyue has reached rock bottom. We won't cause a serious diplomatic crisis by getting into some small scuffle with the Fatui within our borders. You need not worry. Besides, I can already feel their malicious intentions. Consider it my intuition as the secretary of the Qixing.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go teach him a lesson.
Oh, Ganyu, your intuition is about to be very wrong.
Frozen.
My guidance.
You'll get frostbite.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Yuri.
Don't waste my time.
Freshness preserved. Chill to the
Don't be scared.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Boba, get them.
It's nothing.
Out of the frying pan. The night is cold.
You scoundrels!
I think you've had enough. About time you tell us your plan. No?
Plan? What plan?
We just taught you a lesson, but clearly you weren't paying attention. If you don't spill whatever you're scheming against Liyue, we'll be forced to use harsher methods.
I'm telling the truth. There's no scheme.
If you're telling the truth, then why would you, a member of the Fatui, suddenly appear on the outskirts of Chinxa village?
Fine. If you really want to know, then, well, I was about to.
About to... what?
Pick berries over there.
I must admit, I didn't expect you to come up with such a silly excuse.
It's not an excuse. I rarely have a free morning, and I heard that there were fresh berries in this area. Think about it. I'm here alone, and Chinxa Village is nothing more than a retirement spot for old people. What could I be scheming anyway?
Judging by how he's looking at us, it does seem like he feels like he's the victim here.
So you have nothing to do with the occupation of Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse?
Fanmu Carpenter's warehouse? Where's that? I swear, I only came here to pick berries, that's all.
So it wasn't the Fatui who took over Master Lu's warehouse after all.
I also feel that he's telling the truth.
So much for your intuition.
Whoopsie!
I misjudged the situation and offended you. My apologies. Our exchange only represents my personal views. If you wish it so, you can file a complaint to the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Exchange? This woman, she's clearly aware that the Ministry of Civil Affairs wouldn't side with us Fatui.
Yes, precisely. As an alternative, you may try to solve this problem with force once again.
Paimon's in!
Darn you. How can you wear that solemn face while bullying me like this?
What's your choice then?
I'll get back to my berries.
What a bittersweet ending.
I made a laughingstock out of myself. I might have spent too much time away from work. My intuition is not as accurate as it used to be.
No worries. It's always nice to teach the Fatui a lesson.
Let's keep moving towards Master Lu's warehouse. Our goal is to get the invoice, after all.
The night is cold. Nice and spicy. And don't be scared. Shadow Raven, let night fall. My guiding stone. Boba, get them!
Don't waste my time. Give up.
The night is cold.
I'm the right hand. It's nothing.
Oh, learn to command.
Give up. It's nothing.
My royal eat this! Stars, shine for me.
darkness! Come, sever night from day!
Don't waste my time.
All clear! Quick, let's look around for the invoice. This one is an invoice from One Min Restaurant. Some dining tables and chairs. That's not it. This one is Wangsheng Funeral Parlors. Oh, so they make coffins too. This one is Second Lives. We finally found it. Let's bring this invoice back to Huishin.
We're getting close. I think we're getting close to being done. Because I don't think the third act is very long. And I think it's all cutscene. Cutscene and dialogue.
Ms. Ganyu, you're back. I hope it wasn't too much trouble rushing about like that.
I promise to help you and I'll keep my word. Nothing to worry about. Look, it's the invoice for the transaction between Second Life and Fanmu Carpenters. We've brought it back.
Oh, thank you so much. Now we can solve this problem.
Agreed. How about we go to Second Life and have a nice chat with the owner?
Why are you wearing it on your head, little guy?
Isn't it Huixing from the Yuehai Pavilion? I remember you. I told you that all of my transactions are included in the records. My tax declarations are scrupulous as well. I do hope that my business won't be affected by any groundless accusations.
Yeah, it feels like he hasn't changed position in a little bit.
Groundless accusations? Mr. Dongsheng, you seem very sure of yourself. But I sincerely advise that you cease this behavior immediately. It is liable to affect the fine you'll need to pay in the end.
No. I'm an honest merchant. I would never get involved with any fraudulent sources of profit.
Haven't I made myself clear? Mr. Dongsheng, you've already been proven guilty of tax evasion. I just came here to see if you'd confess.
What? Proven guilty? How come? That's impossible. Absolutely absurd.
He's talking without rhyme or reason. Must be crumbling under Ganyu's pressure. Time for the finishing blow!
Mr. Dongsheng, can you tell me what this is?
It's an invoice from Fanmu Carpenters. I'm Master Lu. I didn't...
Do you admit to tax evasion? This transaction was absent from the tax record.
I didn't think you'd find out. I didn't leave a single trace.
Indeed. We wouldn't have found out if it weren't for Mr. Bolai's aid.
Bolai? That imp from Wanyo Boutique? So he told on me behind my back. He's got his own share of dirty laundry.
Oh? Mr. Dongsheng, I'd like to hear a little more about this dirty laundry. Would you care to elaborate?
So we don't get to hear about it.
I don't think you'll need my guidance for what comes next.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ganyu. I can take it from here.
That's good.
I must say, you're truly impressive, Ms. Ganyu. Your enemy knows you best. To think, you came up with this plan and executed it so masterfully.
It's actually one of your father's, the Tianshu's, old tricks. I just took some inspiration from it.
My father?
Pitting your opponent against their enemies, and watching them drag each other down from an advantageous position, that's how Uncle Tian managed to keep his position in the Qixing secure for so many years. I figured that as Uncle Tian's daughter, you'd naturally grasp your father's strategies. So, I decided to use one of your father's tricks and play it out for you to see.
I can see it now. Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about my father. I'm really grateful, Ms. Ganyu. You're the kindest mentor I've ever had. Thank you.
Ganyu solved both Huixin's work and family problems. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh, you've helped me so much. You must allow me to repay your kindness.
That's not necessary. No need to be so serious. It was nothing, really.
Then let me treat you to a meal. The Traveler and Paimon are invited as well. I appreciate your help.
All right, come on, Ganyu. Just say yes. Let's eat. Oh, come on. It's just a meal.
If it's just a meal, there's no reason for me to decline. It'll be my pleasure, Huixin.
Actually, I've already booked Senua Kiosk. I need a moment to prepare everything first. Let's meet there in a while.
All right. We dare not refuse such generosity.
I have a reservation. This is a big table.
Ms. Ganyu, thank you for accepting my invitation. And as for the 2 of you, your presence is also much appreciated.
Sure.
That's so kind of you, Huixin. You went to great lengths to organize this.
Truth be told, apart from thanking you for all the help, there's something I'd like to tell you.
Oh? If there's anything I can help you with, just tell me straight away. No need to hesitate.
Oh, no, I don't really need help. Could you just listen for a bit?
With pleasure.
When I was a little girl, my father used to tell me many stories about you, Ms. Ganyu. Even though I have the utmost respect for my father, I always admired how gentle and reliable you are. I've only decided to join the Yuehai Pavilion staff because I've always looked up to you.
I didn't know that you think so highly of me.
However, in reality, working at the Yuehai Pavilion turned out to be an arduous task. I can't compare myself to such an outstanding secretary like you. I often doubt myself as a result.
I disagree. You're a great secretary in your own right.
Thank you. Over the years, I became a mother, too.
Huh? So Uncle Tian is a grandpa!
Influenced by my youthful ideals, she followed my footsteps and came to be a secretary at the Yuehai Pavilion, too. At first, I was worried about her. It's not an easy job, after all. To tell the truth, I'm still unsure if she's capable enough. But after all that happened this time, I've made up my mind to support her choice.
So, what made you change your mind?
The fact that she'll have you, Ms. Ganyu, as her senior colleague. You'll help her, gentle as always, and tell her your mom used to do it like that. It'd be such a beautiful moment. If it's not too much to ask for, she might still need your guidance in 20+ years, too.
Huixin, I never thought that I meant so much to you.
Just like when you showed me my father's trick. Having you as their witness makes people feel at ease.
Witness? It's true that I've witnessed thousands of years of Liyue Harbor's history. All the changes it's gone through, the stories of its people. But I've always regarded it as nothing more than the source of my loneliness. Huixin, you don't know how important those words are to me. You've made me realize that I share another connection with the people of Liyue Harbor. Apart from my contract with Rex Lapis, they rely on me, accept me, and long for me to bear witness to their stories.
Oh, of course. You're irreplaceable to us.
That's right. That's why I can't disappoint you.
Hooray! Ganyu's finally cheered up.
Even if I've really been supplanted, I wish to fight for my place. I won't let you down. I'm going to fulfill my contract and keep working as the Qixing secretary. Regardless, I'll go back and see for myself. I'm afraid that it might have all become a mess during my absence. No time to waste. Let's get back to work.
Good luck, Miss Ganyu.
We're leaving already? Paimon's still hungry.
Yeah, I'd like to eat. Yeah, I'll say compared to several of the other character stories, I don't find hers to be particularly, like, I don't know, impactful to me. I mean, I like the story of, like, she struggles to see her place in Liyue. I just don't know that they did it well.
Baisha, are you okay? Did you fall asleep standing up? Look who's back.
You even have enough time for leisure? It seems you three are a suitable replacement for me after all.
Not at all. We've been working for too long. If we didn't take a break...
We wouldn't have survived long enough to see you again, Miss Ganyu.
Miss Ganyu, we've missed you.
That's so kind of you all, given we've only met once.
We've been praying day and night for you to return and take over your duties again.
Yeah, I also didn't like the whole misunderstanding of, like, you've been fired. Like, I just don't... I don't see why she was, like, immediately convinced that she had been replaced.
To us, you're like an Adeptus coming down to the human world to save all life.
Forget all our envious complaints from before. Just free us from this strenuous work, please.
All right, I see. Please divide the matters at hand into government affairs, business affairs, and civil affairs. Mark out the tasks that haven't been started, and those that are in progress. I'll take care of the rest.
Of course. We'll do it right away.
I'm pretty sure she's not younger like Yanfei, though. I'm pretty sure she fought in the Archon Wars. I'm, like, almost positive. Once I finish the quest, I'll look it up real quick before I go.
We're saved.
Yes. There's one more thing. I'd like to earnestly thank you, Traveler. If it weren't for your companionship, I would still be embroiled in my inner conflict right now.
Well, I got to see Zhao, so it was okay.
To think that I'd gained a human friend outside of work. It makes me happier than I could have imagined. I'd like to repay you when I'm done with the work at hand. What would you say if I accompanied you on one of your trips?
I am considering wishing for her if she would ever rerun.
Sure, but are you ever done with work on you?
Let's cross that bridge when we come to it, shall we?
Okay. So, let me... Can't remember.
We should look for a new investment. Mora doesn't grow on trees.
Okay, yeah. I looked it up and we do know that Ganyu is from before she fought in the Archon War. So she's like several thousand years old and she's out here like, woe is me, they've replaced me because they got someone working my job while I went on a trip. Like, bestie. Okay. Let's look. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow I'll get the rest of these out of the way. I know I liked Albedo's and I liked Zhao's. And I thought, despite me not being super into Eula as a character, I do remember I thought the storyline of Eula's, with like her whole her family being from the nobility and stuff, I remember thinking that was interesting. And then I might do Cloud Retainers. I'll do Zhongli's. Obviously, I want to unlock Aztehez, but again, I'm just not super into Zhongli as a character. Alright. Well,
in a trade war,
yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll put myself here, because I don't remember where it starts, but... Okay. Well, I'm gonna go for the night. Well, I say night. It's 2:30. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna sleep. And I'll be back at some point tomorrow. Alright, bye.